All right. We are back. We are back live from Los Angeles. This is your host, Young Brando. We're live from Los Angeles. Sorry to keep you waiting for a little bit, but I'm here and we're here to talk watches and style. There are a lot of interesting new releases, and I also want to take a look with you and comment on this new series that JLC introduced on their website, which really amounts to a virtual tour of the manufacturer, and they have already released a number of videos, but they are most certainly going to extend that to presumably 180 pieces, highlighting 180 different crafts that they apply, that they practice, that they sustain in their traditional manufacture in their center of watchmaking in Le Sentier in Vallée de Joux, which is, of course, the traditional heartland of Swiss watchmaking. So we're going to take a look at that towards the end, and probably that will be an interesting segment for us for some time to come, where we can delve into the intricacies of Gégé Lecoutre's manufacture and learn a little bit more in a virtual way, but still in a hands-on and intimate way about how they have been making watches and how they have been manufacturing movements for 190 years. Imagine their manufacture was established in 1833. It's perhaps not the oldest, but one of the oldest, certainly, and most definitely one of the most storied. So I'm happy to share these videos with you later in this live stream and beyond. Thomas Burnett started us with the first super chat. Please give this entry to Junior Johnson. Have a great show. Hey, Thomas, if you're still here, thank you. If not, still, thank you so much. Much appreciated. I have already entered Junior Johnson with number 54. You can take a look at the community page that I linked right there to see the entries and their numbers, their assigned numbers. As you know, for the entirety of this month, the first and last super chat of every single episode has been entered into the wristwatch giveaway for Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers lime green dial. And for the fundraising live stream that we had, which was supposed to mark the first anniversary of the channel, but instead was dedicated to those who have been affected by the earthquakes in Syria and Turkey. Every single super chat in that live stream was, of course, donated to the UNICEF to take care of the kids who have been left devastated and left behind. And every single super chatter was entered the raffle as well with a dedicated number. So you can go ahead and check out the community page and see who has been entered and who has so many numbers so far. And that testifies to the strength of this community, to the support that they have given to this channel, to the way they have enabled and sustained this platform, but also to their sheer generosity. So I really appreciate that. Speaking of which, this is Basil's Bezels. He has a super chat, super sticker, which reminds everyone to hit the thumbs up. Please hit the like button. That always helps. That gives me a little bit of a boost, both speaking of my morale, but also of course, in terms of the algorithm, as we try to get more exposure and as we try to get the channel and get this content exclusively dedicated to wristwatches in front of as many people as possible. So let's start with some of the new releases. This happens once every so often. I do apologize. I don't think I would have had time in either case during the day, because these watches sold in a matter of minutes. But Unimatic has done it again. They have come up with another collaboration, which was a limited edition of 100 pieces of their Modello Uno, of their pure diver's watch model. And it was something of an unexpected collaboration, I must say. Of all things that they could have done, I wasn't expecting that they would release an Eric Cartman watch, but hey, they have done it. I guess it's completely on point because Eric Cartman has a beanie in Tiffany blue, and it was about time that Unimatic would jump on the bandwagon as well. Considering how quickly these watches sold out, it must have resonated at a certain point in a certain way. The watch preserves the case dimensions and all the features of their minimalist dive watch, except in this case, they have gone full maximalist, decorating what is otherwise a white dial with the big boned figure of Eric Cartman, and the luminous material both on the hands of the watch, hours, minutes, and seconds, as well as the index markers, not to mention the single luminous pip on the unidirectional dive time bezel, matches the color of Cartman's Tiffany blue beanie. And the watch is also served up on this turquoise nubuck leather strap to match the rest of the color theme. The model is called U1-EC for Eric Cartman, and the 100 pieces that were released concurrently, I think, on their own website, as well as Hodinki's shop, were practically sold out instantaneously, immediately. I think it's a fun watch in a day and time where Mickey Mouse watches are all the rage. Why not give some space? Why not give some room to Eric Cartman as well? I'm actually, now that there's like a copyright situation on Mickey Mouse, I expect more brands to troll the rest of them and release these kinds of watches, and just have fun with them. I believe it was about $600 or so. I have kind of missed out. The watch is water resistant up to 300 meters. It has a depth rating of 30 atmos. And unlike some of the more recent releases of Unimatic, this particular piece actually is built on the base of a Seiko NH35A caliber, which they have used in the past. And it's a pretty standard movement that beats at 4 hertz with 41-hour power reserve. Sorry, my apologies, 3.5 hertz. I should have said 21,600 semi-oscillations per hour. So not a horological masterpiece by any means, but certainly a piece that does whatever it wants. I do what I want, right? Everyone was coming up with the taglines, of course, befitting of Eric Cartman, respect my horology and similar things. A lot of fun during the day. I appreciate that. Hey, JB, bezels, and Herr Stiefel. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much, everyone. So this was the first fun timepiece of the day. Um, I think again, I think it was around $650 at list, but it sold out pretty quickly, so I didn't even catch what it was. I thought it was great. Um, Unimatic in general releases a lot of fun watches at an affordable price point, without really exaggerating things. And their ability of combining a minimalist um, approach to Italian design and entry level Swiss watchmaking has so far garnered a lot of praise, and they certainly um, have my stamp of approval too, especially with their special edition pieces that are powered by Swiss made movements. They generally have a policy of um, doing um, limited edition timepieces, editions of runs of 100, 200, 400 pieces that quickly sell out. So you would have to keep your eye on them. Um, I think an easy way, of course, is simply by signing up on their mailing list. If you scroll all the way down, they have a newsletter which you can get on, and I think they're worth a look if you're looking for an entry level fun piece or a gift for someone, for a young collector. They're right there with their sporty designs that again mostly constitute minimalist approaches to the dive watch, to the field watch, and their prices usually are right at or around $800 to $1,000. So without breaking the bank. For dressier pieces at this price point, I usually direct people to the French brand Baltic, which of course has also a very strong range of dive watches and chronographs. But in terms of the design, I'm really a huge fan of their MR01. Except again, since they do such small runs, you will have to wait until June. So that would require a lot of patience. For something more immediate, for a more immediately gratifying approach, um, you can always go to Merci Instruments or Mercy Instruments watches, which have a number of, again, minimalist designs to everyday wear, both with mechanical movements as well as quartz options. And most of them are incredibly affordable, even as they exemplify some genuinely original pieces of design, especially when it comes to this recent trio of Everest, National, and the Archie watch. Thomas, that's a great point. The $650 Cartman watch is 300 meters, water resistant, yet a lot of Patek and Audemars Piguet and many other watches can't even get to 200, right? It's okay. I mean, not every watch is made for dynamic sport activity. It's everything has its place, but I do appreciate these sorts of fun watches. Yeah, I mean, look, I watched a lot of South Park in my time, and I like their equal opportunity approach to comedy, where they don't spare anyone. Not my approach to comedy for the most part. Not in my 30s and as I near my 40s, but it's okay. Still, for the most part, brings a smile to my face, brings good memories and interesting times. Speaking of accessible price points and similar kinds of watches, I was mentioning how Tissot was, in a somewhat sneaky way, expanding their PRX line without really making any big announcements. We have already focused on how they introduced that turquoise or Tiffany blue dial to their Powermatic 80 series with the waffle dial. And more recently, they have also started introducing, in addition to their leather bands, also rubber straps for both the Powermatic 80 at 40 millimeter and also the smaller quartz pieces in black and white. And in a rather thoughtful way, these rubber straps somehow echo, somehow repeat that same waffle texture that we see on the dial. So that's a nice little detail. And I think that makes it probably even more appealing to a number of different people who were already big fans of the watch on the bracelet. Um, they already had the option with the leather strap, and now they finally have the option with the rubber. And apparently, they have introduced this off-white piece. And I can't see it here, but it's supposed to have a dial that's altogether luminous. So apparently this particular piece in 40 millimeter quartz, which I believe is larger than their earlier quartz models, right? Or no, I think in quartz they had both options. I'm getting confused. I've always had the idea that yes, the quartz had the 35 millimeter option, even though it also has 40. And apparently, this off-white dial is actually altogether luminous, so it glows in the dark. And I think that's for now just exclusive to that um, dial option. And since they introduced the chronograph model, they have had this panda layout with a brushed grain silver dial and black chronograph registers, and finally rose gold, pink gold accented dial fixtures. But they have finally also introduced very recently a version of the chronograph that has the panda layout with um, silver accents and with navy chronograph registers against that brushed grain silvered dial. The chronographs are a little bigger with a 42 millimeter case in diameter, and that may well kick it up to a level where it becomes unwearable to a lot of people due to the integrated bracelet design. It might still be worth a shot. It might still be worth trying on. I mean, Tissot, after all, has a pretty extensive network of authorized dealers, which should have one or the other model in stock. So I would highly recommend that you take a look. Chef is next. Yeah, too bad they canceled the Chef a long time ago. So Stiefel says, I bought a mint green PRX about a month ago, a cheap buy at my Rolex AD to keep me in their mind for the piece I've been wanting. Hey, I mean, if you dropped by and at least made a purchase on site, why not? I'm sure it would encourage them. Yeah, I think these are just for that entry level with the Powermatic 80 movement. You know, that's I keep repeating this, and I will speak about another watch that is at this price point, again from the Swatch Group, that shares the same movement. But that 80-hour power reserve is really their secret weapon for this particular segment, especially with watches that have a self-winding movement, that have an automatic caliber. A similar movement powers the Khaki Field automatic from Hamilton, and the price point is, I think, very much the same. And similar movement powers also Mido watch that I'm going to present on in just a little bit. And I think for watches that are part of a 3-4 piece collection, any of these would fit one of those slots so well, and you would probably keep coming back to them, and in fact want to wear them before their charge is depleted. But still, I mean, it's impressive, and it speaks to a point that Thomas was raising at the beginning of the show in the chat. I mean, look, of course, a lot of people don't really obsess about the power reserve, especially when it's an uncomplicated watch, when it's just time only or time and date. A lot of people don't worry too much about water resistance. All of this is fine and dandy, but you know, when you speak of watches at a price point that is considerable, that takes you all the way to 15, 20, 35, from there to high 5 figures to even 6 figures, especially when they come in the guise of a sporty watch, such as this one, you expect a little more. This one at least has a very respectable power reserve at 80 hours and quite a serviceable depth rating at 100 meters. And the list price is $675 on the secondary market. Most dial options, colors, etc., can be found for much cheaper, in fact. And the chronograph version, which is built on Valjoux A05 H31 movement with a 60-hour power reserve, has a list price of $1,825. Again, I think, you know, if you have a smaller wrist, if you have a skinnier wrist, the Powermatic 80 40 millimeter already is on the edge. So the chronograph might be one step too far. But in either case, it's an interesting option. But it gets into a segment where, you know, it's already a couple of grand out of the door. So that's a different sort of calculation. That's a different kind of price segment. Whereas the PRX in quartz or Powermatic 80 in 35 millimeter or 40 certainly has a variety of options, styles that certainly has a model to appeal to each and every one. You know, there are even two-tone executions like this that have a little bit of an extra glimmer, extra shine, tiny touch of flair. JB says it's a cool beater. The bracelet gives it a nice, comfortable look. I agree. Again, it's not entirely my style, but I can appreciate it, and certainly at that price point, um, it's it's a lot of watch for especially the time and date options for the money. So I was talking about Mido. Mido, as you know, just like Hamilton, just like Tissot, just like many others, is one of the 17 horological brands that are held by the Swatch Group. And they have just expanded their Multifort M series, Multifort, you might say, M series, with these gradient dials that have vertical brushed satin finish. Again, a rather minimalist piece, a three-hander with day and date at 3 o'clock. Quite conservative round case, and a number of different options, both in terms of the dial color and the kind of hybrid bracelets that look like sailcloth more than the regular calfskin leather. And the movement, once again, is that Powermatic 80, with up to 80 hours of power reserve. And the price point is quite similar as well, at $890 for this hybrid strap. Fabric, a textured fabric on top with contrast stitching, all in all matching the color scheme of the dial and the rest of the watch. And on the matching stainless steel bracelet, the price jumps up to $960. It's a 42 millimeter case with 11 millimeters in thickness. A little bit oversized for my taste, but otherwise all good. And again, it's the kind of watch that seems to be designed for everyday wear, you know, in the office, at the bar, or even possibly in the gym as well, since it does have that Powermatic 80 or Caliber 80 movement with the Nivacron balance spring, anti-shock protection. Should be all in all rather respectable in its ability to serve as a workhorse and also remain relatively accurate while doing that as well. And the inside of the strap is, of course, rubber, which again enhances that sort of wearability in a more active, dynamic setting. Again, 890 with that hybrid fabric rubber strap, and 960 on the matching stainless steel bracelet. There's also a version of it in this sort of off-white brushed grain with the luminous material deposited in black for contrast in light. And a kind of dark gray charcoal in a gradient finish that is matched by the hybrid strap, as well as a navy gradient dial in that brushed satin pattern that matches the fabric rubber strap. Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Best watch to wear on a first date. Man, what do you do when she asks what your hobbies are? And when you say collecting watches, she asks if you have a Rolex and how much your most expensive watch costs. Stiefel, these are all questions that I would want to avoid on a first date, to be brutally honest. I would wear possibly my most interesting watch at the lowest price point. In my case, that would be something like the Lemania CH27 chronograph from the 1940s. It is a gold watch, but it's also old, relatively beaten up with a kind of old world charm. It can serve as a conversation piece if she ever gets interested. Since it's very diminutive, I will actually just bring and show you the options. It will mostly fly under the radar, so it won't even become part of the conversation. It won't wear you, most certainly. I would try not talking watches ideally on a first date, again, because people have a lot of opinions about it, especially these days, that are quite charged. It might be understood as a materialistic pursuit, which is an absolutely double-edged sword. Because on the one hand, if it is appreciated as a materialistic pursuit, you have someone on your hands who is possibly actually interested in how much you make, how much you spend on these sorts of luxury goods. And perhaps that is someone that you would not want to be associated with. Again, if she has any strong feelings about you being materialistic, again, for someone who doesn't know you, who doesn't know your values, who doesn't know what kind of person, what kind of a man you are, that might send the wrong signal. So I would most definitely avoid wearing a Rolex, Patek, or any other recognizable brand. Uh, I mean, a Seiko would be great. A Seiko that would fit your attire on that given day. You know, if you are wearing something sporty, a little more dynamic, maybe something like a nice uh, suede jacket, or like a leather jacket, or a nice raincoat of some sort. You know, a sports Seiko would be more than enough for something like that. Their presage range, again, just perfect. The independence that we were just talking about, Unimatic, Baltic, Merci, um, Furlan Mari, you know, the kind of old school Tasti Tondi Patek inspired chronographs they have that run on mecha quartz movements. Something like that would be perfect. If you have a handful of vintage watches that you collected for a couple of thousands, you know, again, without going way overboard, those are fine. Yeah, I would probably wear either one of my Seikos, or um, or my Lumania chronograph for a first date. Um, Evan Evan has it right. Yes, I think this is also another vote for the sports activity watch from Evan. It's a watch that you should be able to keep on if things get a little more frisky and a little more active as the night unfolds. I Look, I mean, I have worn whatever I always wear to some first dates, and it was just fine, and no one paid the slightest attention, or at least nothing that was articulated, nothing that was brought up to what watch I was wearing. Um, and honestly, I don't want to say it's a red flag, because I have had decent conversations about watches with people I just met, uh, woman or man. But if it's a watch if it's a kind of conversation that gets too involved in the price, in the financial value, investment value of the watch, etc., I'm not gonna say a red flag, but that's a yellow flag for me. That's like, oh, let me try to understand where you're coming from. Let me try to understand what you're trying to get from inquiring more about my watch and how much I pay for it. Right? For me, it's a little bit of a suspicious sign when I hear something like that from a first date. Right? Something like this. Yeah. Look, I mean, and it's not your fault, right? Don't beat yourself up for it. Most certainly. Um, but I would say a question about your watch that turns quickly into a conversation without you leading the way into the financial worth of that watch, into the investment value of that watch, etc. I think it's basically a red flag. It's a warning sign. I wouldn't outright eliminate someone whom I don't know otherwise just because they asked me a question about my watch. But if it's insistent, if it's persistent, if it's purely materialistic, I would say it's questionable. I would say old money. What do you think when they have a lady Rolex? I would probably think that they come from money, because ladies Rolex is nowadays connoisseurs choice. If it is something they inherited, again, it comes from probably some uh, investment of some sort. It can mean a bunch of things, but probably it means they come from a family that's well off. Again, I would not want to judge. I usually, if I see a nice watch on someone's wrist, on a woman's wrist, for me it's just a conversation starter, because you know I know more about watches than I know about 90% of other topics. So it's something for me to simply unpack the conversation. Yeah, sure. But it also tells you about, again, it tells you about how what they can talk about. Honestly, if I'm going to talk about watches with someone of whatever sexual orientation, of whatever personal interest to me, I would rather not talk much about their financial worth, honestly. That's the least interesting thing about watches for me. So I don't judge people for front loading that, for being emotionally, personally, and even financially invested in that. But I would not want to have someone like that as my significant other. That's just me, GB. Stiefel says, I don't think the chick was. Oh, Evan, thank you so much. Keep the watch on your wrist for fear of theft scheme. Evan is extra careful. 199. Thank you. But yes, look, I mean, as the night goes on, um, you would be thankful if you're wearing something sporty for sure. Stiefel says, I don't think the chick was after money. Just when she asked me about my hobbies and when I said watch collecting, it just casually came up. She probably didn't know where to go with the conversation. In that case, you were there. I wasn't. I was just giving general advice. Maybe, like you said, Stiefel, maybe it was just the way that conversation opened. Honestly, I don't. The last time I talked about watches on a date was um, when someone literally wanted to ask my opinion on a particular kind of watch. So I said, well, I actually know a thing or two. I have a channel where I run live streams, and I have this or that kind of watch and whatever. And we were mostly talking about what constitutes an heirloom piece rather than financial value, all in all. But again, you judge that conversation yourself. But for me, if someone was heavily invested, I would say it's an awkward topic and I would rather avoid it. Hey, John D, nice to see you, man. Oh, okay. Evan is coming from a particular experience, at least something that his friend experienced. My friend got ripped off after an online meetup. That's rough. That's rough. That's rough. Big Meech is testing me again behind the screens, sending me stuff on Instagram. Let's see if it's a trap. Indeed, it is. He sent the video again for me to watch and embarrass myself. So I will have to avoid that. Ali,
Hello, hello.
how are you doing, my man?
I'm fat and sassy. How are you doing?
Good, good. Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Well, you don't have to use the unpaid intern here. I haven't taken you on as an intern just yet. I would for sure not pay you anything, but you know, still.
How are things going, man? I caught a little bit earlier. You're talking about a PRX I don't think I had seen before, and then get distracted elsewhere and
Oh
came
no,
back for Watch Talk.
it's they basically silently integrated a few different things into their range, like a slightly different color scheme for the chronograph, which has these silver dial fixtures against a brushed grain silver dial and
Very nice.
navy chronograph registers, as well as the minute track there, minute and seconds track. Um, for the quartz, they have come up with this like bone dial that is apparently luminous.
Also very nice. So much conversation about the PRX on all the channels. My daughter's allowed to watch JJ's channel.
Right.
Barely, but she keeps asking me for one because everybody has one except us.
Oh. Well, I mean, look, that's a great way to bond. Even the way you say "accept us,"
Oh yeah.
makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. So
Yeah,
it's
we have a
it's a good.
3-day trip coming up here together. I'm chaperoning something, and uh, she was packing, and she wants to know which watches I'm taking. Like,
Nice.
none of your
So
business,
she
little
can
one.
she can she can share, huh? She can also wear
No, no,
once
she
every
can't
so often.
share, right? She's taken enough of my watches, but she likes to wear specific watches depending on what I'm wearing.
Ah,
She's very like I don't know. She tries to coordinate. It's fun. It is fun. I mean, and she takes good care of them. I did buy her one winder for her Omega because that one she's just panicked about. It's
hmm.
a nice Omega, but the rest of them I taught her when you're using the quick set on the date and stuff like that. I shouldn't say quick set, but when you're setting the date, don't do it between X time and X time, and she pays attention to all those little details to make sure she keeps them in good working order. So I am happy about that.
Yeah. Stiefel says I'm not gonna talk about my watch collection anymore on dates. Maybe I'll say I'm watching a lot of cooking videos on YouTube. You better know some recipes then, Stiefel. Um, I hope you can turn that. Look, I mean, again, I feel. I think I like to think I have a personality, although that's forever in doubt and in question. Um, but collecting watches is a big part of my personality, so it is a little bit of a false start if I can't talk about it. But dating, especially for men, has become such a minefield recently that I would really not want to front load that, because again, for the wrong person it can send the wrong signal, and I just don't want to open myself up like that. We were just joking around, remember, from the chat, Ali, I was saying that the watch that had sugar on the dial,
Yeah,
that's
that
perfect
buffet.
perfect to give to your sugar baby, the Beauvais sugar dial watch. And joking aside, people get that idea. And I had also, when I went out with some friends who have altogether a different approach to life, they were courting ladies on a first meeting, saying like, let's go to Vegas and I will buy you this watch or that. So Los Angeles is different. Maybe where Stiefel dates, it was just a fair-minded question, just to make small talk. That's fine. But in Los Angeles, you're swimming with sharks. I'm
Fully
sure
the
in
same,
Florida it's not
actually.
so
Yeah,
different.
I was somewhere with a friend of mine. This is now going. probably 9 months back, and we were sitting at a table, and a really young girl, I mean, she must have been 22, 23 tops, came over, grabbed my wrist, and said, "I have this Royal Oak." I was wearing, that was actually at that time was a 15400, and I was like, she grabbed my wrist, and my immediate inclination is somebody's trying to steal my watch, right? And she opens up her, and she's got pictures of all these watches, and I'm fairly sure a lot of them were super fakes, but it was part of her shtick, right? She sees somebody that has money, sort of thing, because it was she gave the working girl vibes off like really really strong. So yeah, swimming with sharks is a good way to put it.
Yeah, last time I had that kind of approach was, someone named Chanel with, with a friend called Paris next door, something like that. I mean, I was too drunk to remember the details, but even then, I could shake it off and say, like, oh, well, nice to meet you. I will see you around. Because I don't think, as inventive as people can get with naming their children, and especially their daughters. When you see Chanel hanging out with Paris or whatever else, you get certain vibes.
So I have one where I have to give her all the props in the world. Like, so I was in Vegas. This is now 20 years ago. Oh, a, a flame red hair, like proper red hair, red eyebrows, like fair skin Irish woman. She walks up. She's wearing heels, which are ridiculously tall, and puts her hand on, I think it was my chest first, and then my buddy's like shoulder next and whatnot, and she just hands us a business card. And the business card said, "Krispy Kreme, get me while I'm hot." It was perfect. It was
Ali,
perfect.
Krispy Kreme was all the rage 20 years ago.
Exactly. I remember, like, I was flying internationally. They had opened one in this international terminal. It was ridiculous, right? So, but God, that cracked me up. Krispy Kreme, get me while I'm hot. It was fantastic and perfect for Vegas. Business card. It was also around the time where that Patrick Bateman, right, American Psycho, and has that famous business card scene. Like, so it was perfect. It was beautiful.
Let's see Paul Allen's card.
Exactly. Let's see Paul. Exactly. It was a beautiful, beautiful moment. That one, that 18 karat gold bezel, and that's the one that you had up when I was looking earlier.
Ooh.
And that caught my eye, and I'm like, that's a mother bloody PRX.
Yeah, it does come at a hefty premium, mind you. I mean,
oh yeah,
and fluted gold bezels don't grow on trees, so I understand that it justifies a little bit of a markup there. But when a heavy part, when an important part of a watch's appeal is the price point, when it jumps from 600 and change to almost $2,000, it's it changes the calculus a little bit. But that's just me.
No, you're absolutely right. I think this is no longer a PRX. At that point, right? They're dabbling. I think they may end up dabbling with fire, trying to take this PRX thing too far. I do think like the IFLW collaboration is clever. I think that's good. Those limited drops. But they're in danger of taking the PRX trend too far if they move too up market.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're really not. I mean, there's just that and the chronographs that start touching 2K there. The rest of the watches are, basically 400 for the quartz and what is it, 650, 675 for the Powermatic 80, and they now have their own rubber bands with that
which look really nice, by the way,
textured design. I think it's a cool, again, I think it's a cool range. I don't expect them to blow it up too much in terms of the price point, but who knows? They do price increases twice a year these days, a lot of these brands, so who knows. But So far, so good. I don't think they jumped up too much since they came out and since they became all the rage.
Yeah, this might be like the second most popular release last year behind the Moonswatch. Like if I think about it,
Mm,
which for Tissot is an incredible accomplishment.
of course. People had a lot of fun with that Krispy Kreme reference, but once again, I mean, they had. I remember 20 years. I mean, this is my 20-year anniversary in this country, by the way. So when I came to the US, that was hot in a lot of New York City bodegas, etc. There were sections like like little Krispy Kreme franchises, basically. Um, and I think that was what brought them down eventually. That success that they they piggybacked on that success to open these little sections, and then they simply couldn't deliver the same quality of product that increased volume, and they had to scale back down. And I think they still are there, but not nearly as successful and as addictive as whatever. So
No, yeah, definitely not. I mean, we're digressing into food, but I think Chick-fil-A still has the right model, right? They are very, very clear on they don't want to saturate a particular market. Locations must be X far apart. They stick to their guns about not being open on Sunday. There's a certain rarity. And Krispy Kreme was that way for years. Like it was a rare thing to see,
mm,
right? And it certainly, damaged a brand. I think it damaged like Starbucks too. I mean, Starbucks had to close a ton of stores, right? There's it can get out of hand pretty quick, and brand management is important. But anyway, before I get too hungry for either food or something else, um,
nice. Yes.
but yeah. So what else is going on? I always get an education here. Anything else catch your eye today?
Yeah, a new resonance watch came out. I was gonna talk about that in a second. Wait a second. This is. I just found a picture of that off-white quartz version that was on the white rubber strap. This is apparently how it glows.
It's not bad. Need to see some real wrist shots, but not bad. By the way,
Yeah.
your Type 20 show the other night was really good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's I like that brand. Errant.
Around, yeah.
It's I'm not sure if they're already sold out again because it's one of those micro independents that put together limited editions that are cleaned up like in a matter of days. But no, it's still available. Both the stealth version, the Furtivité, and the classic re-edition.
I think Breguet, deciding to not really do anything with the Type 20 specifically, right? I think
Yeah.
another sign that Breguet just hates their customers.
I have very strong feelings, I think, at this point. I'm not sure if they hate the customers or not, but certainly um Swatch Group overall, I think, is just they have too many brands under their control, so they can do how much good they can do. Powermatic AD, I've been singing its praises. We were just talking about the Tissot PRX, which has been a big hit. Yes, we have to thank Swatch Group for really salvaging, resurrecting, and reviving Swiss horology for a new age in many ways. I mean, they were very important for that sort of multifaceted and broadly successful emergence from the quartz crisis. But I think 17 different brands, it's a little bit of a wide portfolio that they sometimes have a hard time managing. But you have just highlighted two resounding points of success, right? The Tissot PRX and the Moon Swatch, which were incredibly popular last year. So
I think
we
the
can't
Swatch
write
group in
them off.
general stays on message better than Richemont does, to be honest with you.
Mm.
Like
Okay,
the
say more.
Swatch group, for the most part, Omega's actually, I think, the exception. They're the anomaly. Omega is, I've said it numerous times, the number one reason I can't ever buy an Omega again is because of other Omegas, because the messaging across the brand is so ridiculously inconsistent, and I see little things in other Omegas that make me dislike the original Omega I was looking at. But Richemont with, again, Breguet is another Breguet, and Omega and Breguet versus Omega is a completely different, beast, the way they handle that. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Like Vacheron versus Omega is a completely different beast, the way they handle that. So I think Swatch is at least internally more consistent than Richemont Group is. And also, if LVMH like actually either buys Richemont or part of Richemont, that completely changes all dynamics for at least a few years.
I think that's fake news, by the way. But you never know.
I totally can see them trying to buy Cartier, because that's what they want, is Cartier. I can totally see LVMH trying to buy Cartier.
Okay, let's put things in context. LVMH had a minority stake at Hermes, and before they got Bulgari, before they got Tiffany's, they were trying to buy Hermes. And the Dumas family, which still owns the majority of the brand, got their books in order and kept it under under control. Now, Richemont, everything has a price. Even the entire holding might be sold and go under before we know it, and in the blink of an eye. But the rumors started as LVMH trying to get ready to buy Cartier. Now, I don't know the financial details of how Richemont holds Cartier, but I think it's a majority stake. It's not something. It might be even sole ownership. I don't know.
I think it's a wholly owned subsidiary.
So in that case, Cartier, in terms of the watches having become so successful over the last few years, expanding and expanding in terms of their salons and boutiques worldwide, having been so successfully emerging from the pandemic, yeah, I'm not sure why Richemont would sell its golden goose basically to their immediate antagonist. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. It is on brand, but then again, why would Richemont let that go?
Because I think it's an exit strategy for them, right? If you can get good money for Cartier and Chloe, which is that bad company, I guess the other company that LVMH is really, really interested in, then it's an exit strategy. Because I don't know how Panerai doing. Montblanc's obviously doing well, but JLC, Jaeger-LeCoultre's not doing great. They still own Purdy. They could probably devolve Purdy. But then they have like Van Cleef. I don't know what type of business Van Cleef does. It's obviously prestigious, but I don't know what type of revenue it drives. And they have Longuet, obviously. They have Roger Dubois, Baume & Mercier, I think, a couple other brands, right? I think they own IWC too, right, Richemont? So
Yes,
I think it might be an exit strategy if you start, because doesn't one family control the voting interest? The Rupert family controls the voting interest for the Richemont Group, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be a hell of an exit strategy for the family.
So quick wristwatch check for Jake Brooks. Could the panel share what's on their wrist? I'm wearing the Universal Genève Tri-Compacts.
God damn, that's a pretty watch.
Yeah, I love this watch. On a vegan strap, Alcantara.
Okay, I liked it till you said vegan.
Yeah, it is. It's vegan luxury. It's luxury to last.
Yeah, I am wearing nothing on the wrist right now.
Okay.
I took my G-Shock off, my nightly G-Shock. I took it off a little while ago so I could just relax a little bit.
What did you wear today earlier, if I might ask?
So I do a rotation. I'm doing that whole 3 in the G thing. So Monday and Tuesday, I wear the Royal Oak or one of my Royal Oaks. Then Wednesday, Thursday, um, I wear the Vermont, and Friday, Saturday, I wear the root beer, which I'm probably gonna start wearing the Cookie Monster instead. And then
Mm.
uh, every night I put on a G-Shock at a certain point of the night, and then Sundays I'm usually wearing a G-Shock exclusively because Sunday is kind of my heavy chore day. So if I've got to do yard work or dock work or go visit the horses and those type of things, I don't wear automatic watches for any of that.
Um, the Cookie Monster is the current white gold Submariner, right?
Yeah,
The
man.
one with the blue bezel.
Yeah, it's just barely bigger than the root beer in reality. It's not that much bigger, but still, I'm struggling with. I'm not a huge fan of Rolex, but I would like to keep a Rolex in the collection, and they just have to be big enough. And the Sky Dweller, while it's definitely big enough, I'm just not interested in the Sky Dweller. So for me, I prefer the GMT, but it's a
Mhm.
little too small for me. So the Cookie Monster is that I have it already because it was one of those phone calls you get from the AD you don't turn down. It's been sitting here for I
Fair
don't
enough.
know 2 months, 3 months now. So I may go ahead and just finish the process and start wearing it instead.
And the root beer you have, I think it's the full gold version, no? Am I
No,
mistaken?
I had the full gold version. I have that, but I kept the two-tone version.
Okay. Okay.
So again, it was like because I didn't have a Rolex relationship since I didn't like the brand, and because of a very fortunate connection, a very influential person actually made a phone call for me and got me an allocation like immediately. And then from there, they've treated me as if I'm somebody important because they think I am. I'm just not. So they call me fairly often. Um, and I try to pick up whatever they offer because you try not to say no.
I understand. Yeah. I mean, if you want a relationship with a Rolex boutique, with a Rolex authorized dealer, a lot of times, Rolex authorized dealers happen to carry other prestigious brands too. It might be that kind of situation where you just
Oh yeah, they got me the same watch as Switzerland got me my dual time Vacheron, right? Other things like that. So definitely, it's part of that. Um, is maintaining the overall relationship. There's no doubt about it. And I'm waiting. Like I still think that any day now, and maybe I'm just an idiot, that any day now Rolex is going to release like a 41.5 mil, you know, watch.
Daytona.
Um, so I'm broken in that I like three-handers, GMTs, and then you've got to take me all the way up to like minute repeaters, tourbillons, and perpetual times.
Mm,
So the only chrono that has caught the two chronos that have caught my eye the past few years are the Moser and the Singer. And I think I actually asked you about the Singer, right?
yeah, that's right.
Because it's a unique representation of the chrono. But traditional chronos, I look at them; they're beautiful watches. I mean, Vacheron's new, Panda and Reverse Panda stuff, beautiful watches. The Daytona's beautiful. Daytona's really small for me, by the way. Like that's a
I can see
39 or
that.
38 mil watch. I don't think it's even a 40. Um, I think they're beautiful. They're just not for me.
I can see.
But I have a Vacheron dual time.
Yeah. By the way, JB was asking whether we decide the day off or the day before what you're wearing for the day. I think Ali gave a very detailed explanation, in fact, that he has a whole plan with his 3 plus G, uh, 3 plus 1 G, you said?
Yeah,
That,
it's
that was
three.
your
I call it 3 and a G. It's three
3 and a
nice
G.
watches and a G Shock, and that's my rotation. And it's made me much happier. Like I went from 47, 46 watches. I still got more than 3 and a G. I've got like nine, but I went way down. And my goal is I can do 3G, 3 and a G, and replace each one of them every year. That's my goal. Is I'll have a fresh Royal Oak or an AP every year, a fresh Vermont every year, a fresh Rolex every year, and a fresh G-Shock every year, right? And I will always get to wear them. I never feel like I'm wearing a watch out of pity. I have no sense of style. If anybody's ever seen me on air, um, I have no sense of style, so I don't care if I clash. I don't have to match
Well,
anything up.
you have a nice beard, and that's already something to be
It's a
appreciated.
large beard. It has a whole ecosystem. Like a pigeon flew out of it today. But I wouldn't say it's a nice beard. Although for Christmas, I haven't used it yet. My daughter, one of the gifts she got me was a beard straightener. And I'm afraid if I straighten my beard, it's going to come down to
Uh,
like my belly button.
well, if it makes you feel a little better, when I was still in college, I did have this like majestic beard, kind of uh, like an Assyrian king, let's say. Um, and I would use it as a panel holder sometimes, just for kicks. Um, when I was taking notes, and I would pull out the pen out of it and write, and then put it right back in there. So you have good genes. That's what it means. If it can develop into a whole ecosystem, you have good genes. But people don't honestly. It has become fashionable these days to grow a beard. It's not just people like us, but everyone,
Yeah.
who grows beards. It's become kind of mainstream, but a lot of people don't realize how much care it actually takes. Trimming is one aspect of it, of course, but the fact that you need to, uh, in my case, I have more beard. In a month, I will have more beard than what I have on my head. So
Yeah.
it means that I need to wash it as carefully and as intimately as my head. It means I need to, keep it clean. It needs to smell nice, etc. And I smoke as well. I smoke cigars.
Cigars, yeah,
So
we both do. So you're absolutely right. Like it was nowadays in the the upscale malls in the United States, you have the Art of the Shave appear, which is like a Gillette company, right?
right,
And there's beard balms and beard oils everywhere. They're being advertised all over Instagram. Like 25 years ago, you could get like Badger Bombs, rose oil, and then but most people use like maybe olive oil or something, right, to condition their skin underneath. Because beards get dandruff. Beards, you get beard acne if you don't take care of your skin.
of
Like
course.
it can be a whole mess. But now there's beard straighteners and all sorts of things. It's like crazy. But you're right. Like cigar smoke will stick in there, sweat will stick in there. The works. You gotta take care of it. I did get I do use beard oil, but that's it. Other than a regular shampoo.
Yeah, beer talk. St. Peter got the ZZ top. John D says it's a bird's nest. Um, and JB was giving you a Rolex idea actually. I was saying, did you consider the 226659 on Oysterflex, which is the white gold 42, if I'm not mistaken, for the Yachtmaster?
Yeah. So we've had a Yachtmaster conversation. Um, I'm not a huge fan of the Yachtmaster for myself. I will
Mm,
also say I every time I get something on a rubber strap or on a leather strap, I hate it. And part of that is just Florida and being Middle Eastern because it's more abusive to the humidity and it's more abusive to my arm hair, right? So every single time, um, there's been one exception, and I give complete props to Audemars Piguet for this. The way they did the modular strap on the 15720 series, the center groove cutout, which looks like the way Omega does their cutout, but Omegas didn't feel as comfortable, has been truly comfortable for me. Right, I don't feel like I've developed a swamp on my wrist right under the strap, wearing it in the Florida, the heat. So Oysterflex has not been. I haven't had luck with Oysterflex. But it's a beautiful
I
watch,
see. Okay.
right?
So Oysterflex actually with their own system of channels, etc., it doesn't give you the same level of comfort. And
It doesn't give me the same level of comfort. And I think the like the perforations, they're not full perforated, like partial perforations of the 15720 straps allow my hair to escape, right? Where the channel may like maintain a cooler temperature, but my hair doesn't escape and it sticks to something, it just gets ripped off. Like literally when I was wearing an Omega It was a Planet Ocean with the really nice strap. I had a bald spot form on my wrist, like all the way around, after wearing it for like 5 days. So it's just the curse of a Persian, right? You guys think Persian carpets are made from like sheep's wool? No, it's made from like our body hair.
Ali, I particularly resent the image you have given me by generalizing to body hair. So
Yeah,
thank you
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, you'll never look
You
at
could
it the
have
same.
just said arm hair. But yes, that's a nice image. What color was your
The blue.
15720?
The blue.
Blue?
You've heard the theory about beards, the evolutionary theory about beards?
Please enlighten me. I
Like
have
the past few weeks, and I don't know, like, did somebody come up with it? It's become a meme, but like the past few weeks, there's been a bunch of beard memes going around. Apparently, some academics recently stated the evolutionary reason for beards is so you could take a punch better. That like they measured beards. If you have no beard, the likelihood of your jaw being broken. If you had a quarter-inch beard, the half-inch beard, one-inch beard, like the likelihood of your jaw being broken, being punched,
was
significantly reduced.
Ali. I think that person would, first of all, just to take a dig at the professor who will probably jump in later, you cannot trust academics.
No, not at all.
Two, that academic who did the scientific research that you're talking about maybe spent too much time in a boxing gym, because we have that terminology. If someone has good punch resistance, especially to the kind of shots you take on the head, you would say that guy has a good beard. You would say, oh, that guy has a beard, he has some whiskers, he has a good chin. All these things are part of kind of the boxing jargon. He has a beard on him. So interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna question it right away before I actually take a look at it, but it seems like an interesting approach to evolutionary anthropology, that the beards actually provide punch resistance.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Like I'm not gonna test that theory, but I did think it was funny. It's a great marketing ploy at a minimum. Like if you're an up and coming beard oil provider for Viking beard oil or whatever, right? Take take a punch.
A beard oil salesman,
Yeah, exactly.
so to speak. Oh man, yeah. Nice. You do have an offshore diver, huh?
Yeah, this is the one I have. Yeah,
Nice.
there's a handful of pictures still on my Instagram. But I really do like this, and so I can't. No, that isn't the strap. So what
Okay.
it is, within the first year they revised that strap, and because I have the bigger wrist, they send me the bigger strap for free from the AD. And when they sent me the bigger strap, it was the revised strap, and the channel
Mm.
from underneath is different. And I think if you buy them, new, you get the newer channel system. It works well. It just works well for me.
How can I recognize that new strap from
Go to
the picture?
the two pictures over to the right where the strap. There you go. Yep. So right there, you'll see on the new strap, you'll see a center groove and what almost looks like waves coming out of the center groove. They're like I keep calling them like semi-perforated. It's not really perforated at all. But quite literally, like my hairs will just sit in the grooves and go out into the groove sideways, and my skin is exposed. Like I know it's not a picture you want, but it works perfect for Florida heat.
That's okay. This is fair. This is fair. No,
I do
because
like the
this
black
is
IP diver as well that St. Peter just put out there. I was offered the blue and the taupe, and I grabbed the blue between the two of them. I'm not generally a blue dial person. I do love the FP Journe and the Vachon blue dials, but I'm generally not a blue dial person. So,
yeah, same in a way. I think it's a little overrated. I do love blue, but the only blue dial watch that I have is my SKX 009 and the new Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. So I don't have many blue dial watches. It's not an obsession for me, but it works. It works in this, you know.
Yeah, generally, I'm generally not a blue guy, but I do like this watch. I may at some point swap it out with another diver, but not right now because it's not part of my core rotation. Like, there's no the if I'm gonna swap out either of my two 15500s out of my rotation, it's gonna be for an open worked or for like a hammer dial tourbillon
Oh man.
or that 41 mil purple tourbillon. Even like it will be for another Roy Loke, not for an offshore. No offshore has tickled my fancy as much as just the Roy Loke. And I really like the 15500. I mean, I like it better than the 15510. I like it better than the 15400. Although the 15400 I like better than the 15510 as well.
Honestly, I mean, over the years, I came to appreciate the offshore as a concept. It's certainly not a watch for me. You know, there are a few models of it from the early iterations that have a smaller case, 38 millimeters, the triple calendar, for example,
Yeah.
that I can actually wear, that are still quite chunky though, as watches. So still a little bit of stretch for me, but you know, it's I came to understand why Emmanuel Gueilly designed it in a certain way, because at the end of the day, that watch, the Royal Oak as such, really distinguished itself with that perfect balance of the elegance and sleekness of a dress watch, uh, you know, and even an ultra thin dress watch, and the kind of presence and even in your face brutal modernism of a sports watch. So they were gonna go one way or another, and at that time and day, it was really the bigger, bolder watches were just getting on the scene. Maybe, in fact, the offshore was a little ahead of its time as well. So you know, that was one way to go. So I came to understand and appreciate it a little more. I used to hate the offshore,
I do
but
like where they're going with it for the most part, so it will be interesting. But I just don't like as much of a Roy Loke. John D. I'm specifically talking about the double balance, not the skeleton turb. I like the double the 15407.
mm,
I mean, up until they released that purple perpetual, the 15407 is just my grail AP watch. It retails for 83, 87, something like that, right? But that purple perpetual completely blew me away when they did that.
this is my favorite offshore, the triple calendar
Yeah,
258.
it's a very nice offshore, and that was no, this wasn't a Piaget movement. This was a JLC movement.
I think the the 2580807 probably is still built on a JLC caliber. The Beast was on a Frederic Piguet chronograph, I think. This is a cool piece. I also
Do you mind sharing my screen for a second?
Of course, I didn't realize you had it.
No. So I have a couple pictures of that Roy Loke, right? And I was looking for a picture of the backside of the strap, but the black strap, this was the newer strap. And then the blue watch issue for me, right? So I still have this Vermont, which is, they call it a blue, but it's like to me, it's a really deep purple. And I like that. But like this watch, I wanted to love, right? I wanted to love this watch. I just, blue is not for me, man. So every blue watch, with the exception of, I guess technically the Vermont and that offshore, I have turned around and flipped or given to my daughter like almost immediately. But I do like blue. I mean, I love sapphires. I have the nice Mont Blanc in blue. I like blue. It's just, for watches, it's not for me.
Yeah, this is the one. It's also an absolute grail for me, but even more out of reach than you described, the double balance spring.
I love the 15407. I just love it. I'll
Double
take it in
balanced
steel
wheel,
or
I should say.
yeah, I'll take it in rose or in steel. Like they give me the call, I'll fly to Atlanta, drive down to Miami. I'm there. Either one of the boutiques calls me, I'm there. And this will be my daily for like 7 months. I'll just beat it to hell for like 7 months. I will not take it off my wrist. They want to throw me in an MRI machine. I'll be like, nope, not doing the MRI. I'll take the cancer. Like I'm not taking it off my wrist.
That's cool. Mike, David, nice to see you. Yeah, look, I mean, these kinds of APs on the secondary market usually oscillate between 200,000, quarter million to 400,000, depending on, what model, tourbillon, etc. It's open work stuff, especially.
And
Yeah.
AP is they don't have as far as I know, they don't have a boutique policy that they have to remove all the stickers and all the packaging, right, before you walk out. Like Rolex has that policy.
Hmm.
So the secondary market ones that are still have all the stickers and have the plastic protection, the prices on those are ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm only gonna buy this from the AD. And, I bought 3 watches from the AD, and I'm waiting for a phone call. They owe me the phone call as far as I'm concerned. I'm not buying this on the gray market.
Yeah, so this is the 15407 in steel. It's basically 75,000,
Yeah,
74,
it's I
100.
mean, I shouldn't say nothing. It's obviously very pricey, but it's nothing compared to like the Turbs, right? So they call me the rose gold or the steel. I'm in. I'm done. You won't hear from me for a while.
Well, I feel like it would be the other way around. You would have to make the rounds of all the live streams just to show
No,
up
no, I
and
really wouldn't.
flex on
Like,
everyone else. No?
no. That watch would be. I actually have a watch which I think only JJ knows I have it, which I've never mentioned on the live streams. I've never brought out. It's not part of my core rotation, but it's such an important watch to me. That watch would be so intimate and important that I would not want to share it for a while. It's just for
Mm.
me. Somebody was giving me shit over on Pluto's stream for the fact that I'm a whispering cringe AP collector, but I guess that's what I am. I'm okay with that.
I mean, it's AP collector is a different beast. People don't usually find them in the wild, and AP as such, beyond its most marketable mainstream faces, is not necessarily worn by people who are very endearing or charming. So,
Oh, well, yeah, myself included.
that's why.
Now, you said marketable faces. You want to see something funny? Go to the top of the AP page.
I mean, by marketable faces, I really meant people like Serena Williams,
Yeah. No, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. So go to Our World. It may be under Our World at the top of the page.
Okay.
Scroll over to AP Golf. There we go, AP Golf. And if they fix this, I think it will be hilarious. Okay, so now open up the image gallery with the first golfer. Or if you scroll sideways. So I don't, however you want to do this. We did this. I showed this to somebody, and I may have shown it on air. Like, none of the AP golfers are wearing a watch, and if they are, they're not wearing an AP. I think there's one in the whole thing that might be wearing an AP, and I think that's hilarious.
Look, I mean, APRP, Renault Papi has been making the movements for Richard Mille for since their inception. So I guess they could give them Royal Concepts or something, which is kind of AP's range of trying to catch up with Richard Mille, but that would be quite hefty. I mean, those sell for quite a lot of money. I can't imagine. I mean, imagine trying to play golf with a Royal Oak Jumbo.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was so funny.
You
It's
you
like,
you would kill it, you would kill it like probably over one nice evening.
I don't think you get one nice evening out of it. I think you'd get like maybe 4 drives out of it. It would be dead.
Yeah,
Like,
two,
it's
three,
I
4
actually, I go to Topgolf, fairly often. I like Topgolf, and it's one of the places I go. I call it, it's basically root beer central. Like, everybody at Topgolf has a root beer. Very few people golf with their automatics on the wrist, but they go there for the lounge and the drinks and they have a good time. But every so often, like, you'll see somebody take a few swings with a Rolex on the wrist, and then at some point you'll hear them just start cursing wildly because they forgot to take it off. Like, I don't care what it is, right? I don't care if it's IWC, unobtainium, 5000G, whatever. It's just not a good idea to golf with a bloody automatic watch.
I know. Speaking of which, this is always a good time to plug the Aussie Expat Watches channel. But in the meantime, please hit the like button. Aussie wears his Polar Explorer 2 and on a rubber strap for golfing. And every time he does that, his crown comes unscrewed. And he continued to do it for a little while. I'm sure he didn't do it after a few tries, but yeah, not sure if that's a great idea.
But yeah, I mean, the service costs alone are crazy. So I'm actually going to excuse myself for a few minutes, and I will be back.
No worries, Ali. Thank you for being here. So guys, if you would click the like button, I would really appreciate it. I want to remind you again that today is the last day of the month, so the last chance to enter the giveaway for this month, which has as its prize the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers 2022 collaboration with the lime green dial. I also wanted to plug Aussie Expat Watches channel. As you know, Aussie is a very loyal and consistent contributor to this channel. Appears on the live streams pretty often. So if you support me, please support him as well. He has just crossed 600 subscribers, so let's push him up to 1,000. Hey, Mike David, nice to see you, man. So until Ali comes back, and he will probably join me in this conversation as well, I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about the new Armin Strom watches. He just came out with a blue edition, manufacturer blue edition of his resonance piece. As you guys know, there are not many modern manufacturers that produce resonance wristwatches. Of course, F.B. Jones' implementation of the concept as a wristwatch, which amounts to a miniaturization, of course, at the 40 millimeter wristwatch that we today know as the legendary chronomètre à résonance, was the first in the world of wristwatches. Of course, the concept has been traced back to the 17th century in terms of experiments, in terms of physics experiments. In watchmaking, there is a longer history in which Abraham Louis Breguet has the achievement of implementing it in very sizable pocket watches. And in year 2000, F.P. Jean brought it into the world of wristwatches, which was an incredible feat in 40 millimeters at the time, because essentially you are cramming two movements into a single caliber. Armin Strom, on the other hand, who is known for the skeletonized open worked watches, which we were just talking about, has been making the pure resonance for a while now, but recently came up basically with a more streamlined case that also happens to be thinner, with the so-called first edition. I think it technically shaved down about 2 millimeters from the thickness of the case. That signature lip of the brand at 6 o'clock has been shortened. Along with it, also the lugs, they have become also shorter and more streamlined. Essentially, the invention of Armin Strom's approach to resonance involves this butterfly shaped, you can see here in a way, this butterfly shaped stainless steel contraption, which is called resonance clutch spring, that provides a direct link between the two balance springs and allows the vibrations to transfer quite quickly between them. Whereas F.P. Jean's, François Paul Jean's system mostly depends on the proximity of the two balance springs. In this case, these two balance springs are connected to two separate seconds subdials, which synchronize through the phenomenon of resonance, moving in opposite directions, right? And they have this sort of propeller like hand to somehow accentuate the industrial aesthetic of the open worked movement. There's also this unique pusher at around 2 o'clock, which basically stops and resets both of the seconds subdials and allows you to observe how they resonate and how they synchronize over time. Have you ever taken an interest in Armin Strom watches, Ali?
I have as a mark. I'll be honest with you. I hate this watch.
Tell me why.
I feel fundamentally if I have to actually read a reference manual to tell what the subdials do, it's a mistake. It's a user experience mistake.
Mm.
That's my on the particular, because this was obviously in the news the past 2 days, these new releases. That's my feeling about some of, it's not just Armstrong, obviously, about these watches though, is I just consider it a UI UX mistake.
But do you really think you need to read a manual to? I mean, they're just two separate seconds dials that
But at
work
first
in opposite
glance,
directions.
but that's the thing. I don't at first glance, I don't know. I couldn't until I read. I couldn't figure out like how you were supposed to read it. Like it's a clever piece of artistry, but like there's numerals on it. If there's numerals on it, I'm going to presume I should be able to read it to some effect, right? So, and it's two subdials, so I expect them to do two different functions, right? So it's the artistry of it. Sure, I admire it, but that's it's just not for me. They're they're equal force, they're tribute one. There's other watches I admire more from them.
I can respect that. I mean, and also you are bringing up an important point. For years, people have used the chronomètre résonance as a sort of dual time watch as well, since it could be set independently, right?
Mm-hmm.
The two dials. So, like you said, that watch had some extra functionality beyond simply, demonstrating a physical phenomenon through some sort of horological artistry,
Yeah.
or sleight of hand even. There are versions of the chronomètre résonance that have like a 12-hour here,
Bloody nice watch.
24-hour there, here. I think aesthetically, maybe it's a more balanced piece as well, a more classical approach to design, as unusual as the expression is. I think ultimately it does have that sort of classical touch, whereas the Armin Strom one is purely about exhibition.
Yeah. I like their resonance minute repeater.
Mm.
Aesthetically, I like that one better. But yeah, they have watches in their line that I think are beautiful and amazing. That one's just not one of them. That one agitates me.
Which one was the resonance minute repeater? I'm not familiar with that model.
Keep scrolling. It should be. I mean, it's under their masterpiece line, so it's going to be under resonance masterpieces. Minute repeater resonance. There we go. I think that's a beautiful watch.
Mm.
Enough Swiss francs to choke a dozen donkeys, but I think it's a beautiful watch.
Yeah, and it has that same resonance clutch.
Cheers, by the way.
Cheers.
I didn't know John D posted that. I didn't know that Christopher Ward actually consulted with Armstrong for the Belcanto. Makes sense. Like now that you said it, it definitely makes sense. But I didn't know that.
Right. You can kind of see the aesthetic touches for sure. Yeah, because people have said, oh, it looks like an MBNF and whatever else, which was somewhat unfair. But you could see that as well. But
No,
you know,
these design
ultimately,
cues are direct. Like you can see the
yeah,
direct design cues, and the design cues are an extension of the engineering cues as well,
for
right?
sure.
Like a lot of horological design cues are an extension of the engineering. So you can definitely see the relationship now that he said it. Like it's clear as day. I never thought the Belcanto represented you looked anything like any MBNF other than the fact that it looked funky. So and people do that with like MBNF and Jacob and Co and whatnot. They look funky, so they say, "Well, it looks like this." No, not really. I didn't know that. Thank you, John.
Yeah, and it derives from their the movement of that watch of the bel canto derives from their C9, the jumping hour module, which they built on an ETA movement. It
I'm gonna.
was
I watch these streams long enough. I'm gonna end up burning through retirement college funds.
we were talking about this, as you remember, the um that you should convince your daughter that it's not necessary to go to college anymore. you know
Yeah,
there are other ways to educate yourself. Listen to some podcasts.
yeah. So for years I had this deal with my wife that if I went and bought a watch, she would get an equivalent amount of money put in her spend account, and she's the car person. I'm not a car person. I like my trucks.
Yeah.
I'm a hillbilly. I'm a redneck. Um, but she has two really, really nice Dodge Challengers.
Mm.
Um, and that's where she had put her money towards. So watches are twice as expensive for me because of that deal.
Yeah, so no Armstrong minute repeater resonance for you.
No, no. She would like it was really funny because early on I was an idiot. And I was like, she's really like she loves my hobbies. No, it's complete manipulation because if I went and got a nice watch, she'd get a Chanel bag, pair of stacking Tiffany rings. Like it was a, she'd be able to go shop as well. So I was just a complete idiot for a while.
But I mean, look, minute repeaters by and large, especially um, if they're branded at that level, they're serious prestige pieces, and you can basically buy a house at that price. So it's you really need to be at another level, anyways, even without having that sort of arrangement with your wife. I mean,
Yeah, no, no doubt
a
about
lot
it.
of
And again,
money to put into a single watch.
I think if they called me up and they said we're going to offer you an AP minute repeater, and I walked in dressed as I normally walk, they just wouldn't let me buy. They'd be like, "We cannot let our watch be on the wrist of you, you ugly heathen."
But if no judgment implied by this, but if they, if they're making uh, pièce unique for Mr. Wonderful, I'm sure they will sell you a watch. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
But
that's the fake tears.
honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if I can pull up that on Instagram. Um, I mean, on the only reason I'm saying this is because it made me think. If I were offered a one of a kind AP, I would probably cry as well. So.
No, I could see me crying. It's off brand for him though, like way off brand for him.
Was it posted on his own?
I honestly don't remember if it was posted on its own. It was just passed around so many times. I just saw it so many times I got sick of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a video of it. I don't think it's a video where he cries, but let's pull it up. Man, 15 people watching, two bearded men talk about another man crying. It's wonderful. What a great success for the channel. Please hit the like button while you're at it. Um, no, he's just chugging a glass of wine while
It's incredible. I can't believe I'm holding it. The only one in the world.
Okay,
It's incredible.
okay, the audio is there, so it has to be somewhere on his channel then, I'm assuming. Because that's the audio. It's incredible. Yeah, I think so. Right here. No?
No, because it's actually somebody else is taking video of him, like where he's.
Ah, it's
That's
here.
it.
It's
That's
here.
it. That's the one.
It's incredible. I can't believe I'm holding it. The only one in the world.
By the way, that audio that he clipped for another video, it's I think we have to make some memes of this.
Mhm.
Something naughty as well, like, you know, it's incredible. I can't believe I'm holding it.
It would be versatile meme format.
It's incredible. I can't believe I'm holding it. The only one in the world.
Get out of here.
It's
First of all,
incredible.
it is incredible.
I can't believe I'm holding it. The only one in the world.
It is incredible, but I just don't buy the emotions.
Big pause after the "it's incredible, I can't believe I'm holding it."
Only one in the world. Cutscene, you know.
Man, no, I mean, it's it is a very nice watch.
Mhm.
I love, you know, I love rubies to begin with. I think to have that on the bezel, you know, after, I think it was the best watch of the night after the Cartman watch that we looked at earlier.
So what else you got lined up, boss?
Well, since you shat on the Armin Strom, I feel
No.
less inclined now to.
First of all, I always love your insight. So by all means, you know, continue with what you had on the docket. It's just that I don't like that watch annoys my. Yeah, I'm a dullard. I'm an idiot, right? That just watch annoys me.
No,
It's like young kids that try to read cursive now. If you want to confuse any young kid now, just write in cursive.
I can't even properly write in cursive, to be honest. So that would be more confusing to me than anyone else, honestly. Look, I mean, I think the nice thing is it is a very balanced style. At the end of the day, it's really a display of horological mastery or sleight of hand. So probably at the same level as like a jumping second or deadbeat second or whatever you want to call it in a mechanical watch, you know, for the longest time. And still, to a certain extent, that's one thing that I will never get, right? For me, as much as I know what kind of complexity a movement like that involves to produce in a mechanical and chronometrically precise manner, I'll still not get used to it. So I understand to a certain extent, you know, why have two subdials which don't give you any extra information. On the other hand, since it exposes, you know, both the second subdials and the two balance springs, it must be, again, I haven't seen it in person yet, but it must be a joy to see them synchronize and resonate with each other over time,
Sure.
as they start ticking in the same wavelength.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, there's a certain amount of hypocrisy in what I'm saying, because I could totally see myself not even setting the open work double balance, like not caring what time it is because of just the beauty of the movement, right? So
John
okay.
D, 499. ESA and NASA considering a lunar time zone. How will GMTs change if we add such a unique concept? Also, watches run faster on the moon. Can we address this? Ooh, it's an interesting question.
I have a feeling that's a question Omega is going to want to answer for about $90,000.
Didn't Omega just introduce a Speedmaster that was designed to be worn on Mars or something?
I don't recall that. I mean, that's not as much of a leap as being born on the moon. But I mean,
Yeah,
from a physics standpoint, because the solar day on Mars is okay. Yeah, so it's digital though.
right. I mean,
Okay,
it's
in my head, I'm thinking like, how do they do this mechanically? I don't like.
yeah,
It
it's a
makes
combination.
huh. It's an X30. How did I miss this?
45 millimeter. It's big boy size for you too,
Yeah,
Ali.
it's an adult watch.
But basically an Omega branded G-Shock though. So not sure if you want to jump into this segment, but yeah, this is the Mars timer X33.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider maybe a Garmin, but I don't know that I would consider an Omega hybrid. It's
I
pretty
think, of
though.
course,
I like I do like the details on that, or the rendering's particularly good.
yeah, I think the brushed bezel in this particular color looks very nice. Beyond, that tip of the hat to the color of that red planet, of course. John D, I'm sure, was asking about how one would do that mechanically. I'm sure it can be addressed in mechanical watches, especially, essentially when you add that sort of stop second mechanism to a watch, with
Go ahead.
with a remontoir d'égalité system, for example. I'm sure you can manipulate it rather than having a 1 second remontoir. You can have something that compensates, perhaps, for the faster running.
Well, it'd be a 5-hander, right? It would be a 5-hander, not a 4-hander. You'd have to
For
have
the GMT function, you mean?
yeah. You'd have to have a dedicated lunar hand, right?
Right.
So it'd be a 5-hander, and then I don't know enough about lunar time but I'm assuming that if they're talking about a lunar time zone, then the relative offset is going to be a constant. It's not fluid, so they don't have to come up with an equation of time movement to try to compensate. So it'd be a 5-hand GMT. I mean, I could totally see Omega and Vermont doing that. I could totally see Omega and Vermont doing that.
Yeah, it says with more lunar missions than ever on the horizon, the European Space Agency wants to give the moon its own time zone, a common lunar reference time. So, like you said, it will probably be an offset that is consistent.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a 5-hander GMT, like that would be interesting. It would definitely be a hell of a conversation piece.
NASA had to grapple with the time question while designing and building the International Space Station, fast approaching the 25th anniversary of its launch. While the space station doesn't have its own time zone, it runs on Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC, which is meticulously based on atomic clocks that helps to split the time difference between NASA and Canadian Space Agency and other partnering programs in Russia, Japan, and Europe. The international team looking into lunar time is debating whether a single organization should set and maintain time on the moon, according to the European Space Agency. John D says, I've been debating Tim Masso whether a tourbillon is a movement technology or a complication as he proposes. A tourbillon is a regulatory mechanism, so technically it's not a complication. Same thing with any constant force mechanism. They are all regulational devices. Look, I mean, if you go by the book, a complication is anything that allows the watch to show something more than hours and minutes. So essentially, even the date display on your watch is a complication.
So
But-
I'm actually, I do want to address this, but my
Yeah.
brain got stuck on something you just read on the article. Can you pull it back up?
Yeah.
Okay. My brain's totally stuck on this. The international team looking into lunar time is debating whether a single organization should set and maintain time on the moon.
Oops, sorry. Let
Right.
me-
I don't understand what that even means. A single, like, it's not a single organization any more than GMT UTC time today. Like, it's a standard that was developed. Everybody agreed on it because it had a utility.
Right.
Right. So what does that mean? Is there going to be lunar time out of the Russian Space Agency and they're going to maintain it different? Like, then what's the utility of it? I'm sorry, that sentence bugs the hell out of me because it's a political sentence.
Of course. I mean,
It's a purely political sentence. It's like whoever says lunar time owns the moon. That's not how it works. Anyway, I disagree with you.
You know that the space exploration and especially the moon landing has always been a political question. You know this. You shouldn't be surprised about how deciding what lunar time is also a political question, even in the 21st century.
Well,
Right?
yeah, I guess not. But I'm so tired of wokeness. Okay, so I'm going to disagree with you. I'll tell you why tourbillon's a complication. Because
Okay, so let me finish that sentence in that case. So for me, yeah, so essentially for me, for something to be a complication, it needs to add a function to the timekeeping bare minimum of the watch, which displays some sort of information that can be anything as simple as a date. It can be something more complex and romantic as a moon phase indicator. It can be even something that is more complicated, like an equation of time or sunrise, sunset, so on and so forth. But for me, that's what it needs to be. If you ask me, I would say a power reserve indicator is also not a complication, but then we are really getting bogged down in semantics, more or less. But please, counterpoint is always much more interesting.
I believe it's so to be clear, technically, yeah, it's tourbillon itself is not a complication. The reason I think tourbillons are considered complications increasingly and referred to as complications increasingly is because tourbillons have become integrated components for things like the seconds indicator, Vacheron and everybody else, right? Omega, Vacheron. They've turned the tourbillon into a complication. They've taken the cage, they've taken the function, and as part of the tourbillon, they've added a complication to it. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to refer to a tourbillon as a complication because of the modern application of it, right? The power reserve example you gave is actually an interesting thing because I would consider the power reserve a complication.
You would or would not?
I would consider the power reserve a complication. But yeah, I think that's the reason why tourbillons are complications now. I think it's perfectly reasonable to refer them as complications because of the integration of the tourbillon into many like second-hand movements.
I mean, I will, again, without necessarily completely disagreeing, although again, I I rest my case on that it's not a complication. When Breguet patented his tourbillon, that was already a 60-second tourbillon. A 60-second tourbillon means exactly that it completes its revolution in a minute, which means it provides this natural form of application in being bound to a seconds hand where it could display seconds. But even then, we are basically in that same scheme. Like the watch still shows hours, minutes, seconds. So it's essentially not a complicated watch. But again, we are in a way. That's also why I like John D. He likes having these sorts of nuanced and detailed conversations. It's not only because I take his side this time, because we usually actually disagree, but I like having these sorts of conversations because it brings out the finer points of the horological details. In this case, yeah, I think I agree with his definition. I think
And that's fair. I mean, I think this comes down to like the language. In language you have technical definitions and you have colloquial use of language, right? Like, so calling a tourbillon a complication is almost like a colloquial use of the term, and that's fair. But I do. Since even earlier in the stream I said I like three-handers and then maybe GMTs, and I jumped to high complication watch, I put tourbillon in that. I have to justify my love of the tourbillon and my willingness to pay for it.
Honestly, I think the bigger flex is that you are paying something that's not even complicated, and that's by this day and age rather unnecessary. But I do get that perspective too. And John D, you're right. But if I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me on this as well, Breguet's patent in that so-called Messie d'Or one, I think it's like it goes back to 1791 in his case. And it was patented, I think, right at the turn of the 19th century. I think that's a 60-second tourbillon. And you're right. The earlier versions of it had revolutions that were much longer, and like you said, about 4 minutes.
I feel like I'm gonna have to study up on this
before you get your watch.
Uh-huh.
I mean, an interesting counterexample is there's this mysterious younger gentleman who just drops by our cigar lounge to pick up a few sticks and then just disappears again as he came in. I don't know what he does. I don't know who he is, but he just downgraded from an overseas tourbillon to the ink blue standard three-hander version of it with the date.
That's like downgrading to homelessness. Like, that's a huge jump.
No, he just I mean, look, the guy has a decent collection. I mean, he has a Breguet Tradition. He has all manner of interesting watches, and he really goes after his own taste. So that's something to be appreciated. And he does have a decent chunk of Vacherons in his collection, which granted him this sort of access to begin with. He just says he likes. I mean, a lot of people love that blue dial. For me, it's one of the most overrated things in the entire horological space. But yeah, he basically got rid of this and ended up getting.
You're not sharing your screen.
Getting this. Oh, man, thank you. So he got this instead of the tourbillon he had. before.
So the blue dial from Vacheron that's allegedly made by Jorn, or at least the same, dial maker as Jorn, right? I do think it is the best blue, hands down. The overrated component of it that's killing me is that it suddenly appeared everywhere. To me, it seems like it was overnight. Everybody had this watch.
Well, because it was at some point it was relatively easy to get,
yeah.
because people wanted Royal Oaks, people wanted Nautiluses, and they just couldn't get them. Whereas at least through the boutique, you could get these. I mean, they were giving me a discount in 2017. I was like, thank you, I don't really want this watch. Which financially, of course, it's a stupid move, but
Nobody
I
knew that.
generally don't care. No, I mean, even if I knew, it's just not how I go
You're
about
not a
my
flipper, so
business in watches. So it is what it is.
yeah, I don't. When I resell a watch, up until when I was downgrading my collection and I sent them for consignment, if I pick up a watch, even the Cookie Monster, I almost did this. I would turn around and ask if somebody wanted it and give them at exactly the cost I have. So I'm just not interested in flipping. But either way, I mean, back to the topic. I think it's a beautiful blue, but I think it's become overrated because of market saturation. It's the same exact blue on an FP Journe, just looks better to me, and I don't think it's overrated. And it's the same exact blue.
I always thought Chronomètre Bleu was an overrated watch as well.
Oh,
so
that's a hot take. I think everybody should go challenge their super chats. Go over to your Amex and say no.
Look, I mean, again, I would rather, if we are talking about the achievements of the same dial maker, I love their Havana dial, for example.
It's a nice dial. I really like FP Journe. JJ has been invited, I think, 2 or 3 times to a special event, FP Journe event in Miami. I told him he has to take me as his +1. I'll put on a skirt. I don't care. I just want to go. I want to go see these watches.
Frankly, Ali, I think others in your company might care if you put on a skirt. And again, we are going back to our conversation of body hair, I think. But yeah, I think they just had an event in Miami, by the way. FP Journe. I know a collector in the community who was there, whose name I'm not at liberty to disclose, but he was posting all sorts of pictures and no videos. Just
Son of a gun, that's pretty.
Yeah. I've always been. I will also add to this that I've always been a fan of tantalum as a case material. Ever since I have seen my first AP Royal Oak in tantalum two-tone, tantalum rose gold. Do you remember those?
Oh, yes, I do. I have a couple of AP books, so once I started flipping through those books, breaking the spines, I learned a lot about AP history that I had no idea how much they have in their library. That's bloody unbelievable, which is what annoys me even more about this consolidation of their line into Royal Oak and Code. Like
of course,
it aggravates the ever-loving hell out of me when you see their historical library, what they have available.
This, speaking of which, can I show you one of my favorite APs of all time?
Oddly enough, since it's your channel, you can show me whatever you want.
which happens to be both that and a tourbillon.
Oh, yes.
You know this one?
I only from one of my books. Oh,
I love it.
Oh, That's so damn pretty. That's so damn pretty.
It's, I always appreciate watches that are designed as works of art. You can disagree on the execution sometimes. You can, maybe you're not necessarily happy with whatever is depicted on the dial. In this case, to me, everything comes together so perfectly. It's a detail from an Egyptian temple, self-winding tourbillon, limited edition. Um, Again, the kind of rounded off square case is so carefully thought out that they also, turn the crown on the back so it doesn't take away anything from the design on the face of it. And it actually has a presentation box and promotional material that depicts that detail
That is
as well.
so. That was what, 37,000?
Right under 40. I've seen it for slightly cheaper. I've also seen it for much more expensive in the past. So it's a strange piece. It's the kind of piece, if you're rolling in those segments, and if you have the money to get it, this probably is a decent time.
It's stunning. I couldn't pull it off. It's stunning. John D, I actually want to address that. I'm upset with AP. I already said that. But I've said this to Marco Ferrante, and I've said it a couple of times. The one thing I will still give them credit for is that their one trick was the best trick in the modern history of automatic watches. Like, just flat out the best trick. Like, it's the benchmark still. God, look at that, man! You're killing me here. You're killing me here with that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, if I were to nitpick on one point for this watch, and I understand, why, especially if you're Audemars Piguet, this was a watch that they introduced in 1986, if I'm not mistaken. So they were already, in many ways, the Royal Oak brand.
Yeah.
So they have to put their name on it. I think it looks off. That's my only thing, because they already have the logo here peeking through.
I agree. I agree with you. It's an unnecessary additional branding.
If they left that out, because again, it's such a holistic design, such a beautifully applied pattern on the dial, those sun rays, that it need not be interrupted by extra branding, especially since they have their initials, peeking through here.
And by the way, they continue to make that mistake. The skeleton turb has the etched Audemars Piguet on the back of the glass, like for no reason. It just completely disrupts the beauty of the skeleton turb. Like, they keep making that mistake. I agree, but man.
John D has a good counterpoint, by the way. For those of us with color vision limitations, the baller blue color is more vibrant than many others. Hence, I have a bunch of blue dials in my collection.
Yeah, which, if I understand correctly, is all of us. Like, blue is much more vibrant to children than it is to us. So I understand that sentiment.
Yeah. And I mean, again, I don't have any strong feelings against blue dials. Don't take me wrong, John. I just never actively went after a blue dial watch. That's all I meant by that. But thank you for clarifying your preference and the preference of so many. Because look, I mean, there's a reason why there was a hype for blue dial watches than red dial watches, right? So it's not all misplaced. It's not just market trends and fads. There are certain colors that have more staying power, right? Salmon was pretty hip for last year and still to a certain extent. Um, but it will never be as popular as blue, because it's essentially a shade of pink. And as much as we have, very thankfully and in very productive ways, are seeing more of an empowered female involvement in the horological space, this is still a pretty, male dominated space. So it's you are not gonna have a pink dial craze to the same extent anytime soon. So I do understand um why people go for it. And John D says, sadly, I see green and red nearly the same, so blue dominates. Yeah.
And I'm just a lunatic who, if I could have a collection of rosé and pink and purple dials, I would.
Mm.
I just love those loud colors.
I love salmon.
I do
But
like salmon.
other shades of pink, not for me. I mean, I like them. I like some of the cotton candy type of pink shades on dials of watches, but I would not wear them myself. Again, no strong feelings. It's just
So I
preference.
actually have my daughter has since taken this from me and put it back on the original uh Stingray strap. But I actually bought a Squale because of this rosé dial.
Mm.
So I just like those colors. But my daughter's taken it; she's put it back on the original Stingray strap. And I know Squale, whatever. Like, I have always said, like, screw everybody else, wear what you want. So I had two Squales. I had the limited edition purple dial and this rosé, this pink dial, because the dials are just immaculate. But it is a Squale. It's definitely not, high horology.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I have a lot of watches that don't even get near that sort of point. I mean, honestly, actually, I don't have a single high horology watch. I have watches that are kind of by proximity can get some of that shine. What I'm wearing now was once retailed or distributed by the Ari Stern watch agency, out of New York. It was the only brand they represented other than Patek Philippe. But beyond that, and my Lemania CH27, which has featured in so many Patek Perpetual calendars and even some.
It has significant historical. It's a significant historical piece.
Yeah, but I mean nothing high horology necessarily. So speaking of tantalum and APs, this is the reduced size 14790, the 36 millimeter.
One of these was up in one of the Sotheby's auctions not long ago, I think.
I think so. I've also featured an ad on my Instagram where AP was displaying a lot of these two tones all together as a unique offering at the time. I mean, frankly, they have been in many ways at the forefront of material innovation for quite some time. This is it. A new offering has its premiere, has its first showing, a classic in tantalum.
Days gone by, always, especially the older I get, days gone by just seem so much further away, and I miss and just so much better.
Yeah, this is a nice piece too, by the way. The UTM in the two-tone tantalum case with pink gold accents. That's a pretty design as well.
Unobtainable.
Sure. Speaking of which,
You're gonna pull up another watch I have to shoot the lock off my wallet for?
yeah, because this is actually one of my this is an actual grail of mine. I think, you know, I can properly call this my holy grail. And we were just speaking of pink dials, so I'll pull that up as a point. This is one of the watches actually that was recently sold at the Royal Oak at 50th auction in Geneva by Philips. And as a gesture of Persian generosity, I was actually sent a catalog of this auction, supposedly the last one, by Alexandre Gottby. So I want to remember this. This is the
I remember this auction.
Jubilee edition, the 14802, released in 1992 in steel, salmon dial, that beautiful wooden octagonal presentation case, APS 12 o'clock, which is a nice touch. Again, it's not, maybe it's
I
not.
I miss that.
Maybe it's not original, right? You know, I know in the 5402, it was at 6 o'clock, and that is, you know, the master's design. So we do have to respect that. I do, at least. But
that's outstanding. I love that watch.
And of course, the thing is, you know, since they use, of course, the white gold bolts on that octagonal bezel, the way they age somehow echoes with the particular shade of that dial as well. Let me see. I must have had a. Yeah, that's that catalog. It has.
Nice.
Yeah, I also love the particular rotor they did for the Jubilee edition, for the 20th anniversary edition, much more than the one they designed for the 50th, which just says 50.
Yeah, no, the 50th anniversary rotor is a disaster. Like, I mean, I don't think disaster is even an exaggeration. I think it's a disaster.
I agree. I mean, I have a lot of misgivings about AP as it is today. So it's I'm not gonna fight its battles, but there's a lot that they still make that I.
Well, sure, I absolutely still love the mark in a lot of their watches. That 50th rotor, though, I was like flabbergasted at how unappealing it is.
I mean, just the way they have integrated, you know, all these, you know, like a hexagon right here, the parts of like all the interpolations of the octagon as part of the rotor. It was just masterful.
It's a beautiful watch, man. Do you remember what it went for?
I can double check right away. Let me see. Honestly, I probably don't even want to know. Let's see. The estimate was, just as a reminder, 98,600 euro to 197,000. And let's see. Oh. For 22. Yeah, 250,000 in Swiss francs. That does include the buyer's premium.
You could have done that, man. You could have pulled it off.
Me?
Yeah.
No, the poor old me can barely afford watches that are a fraction of that. So
That's a pretty watch, man.
yeah, and again, for me, that 39 is just perfect.
Oh, the 39's ideal, like for all normal people. I'm just proportioned poorly, and I resent myself for it.
No.
I could have so much more fun if my wrists were just like 7.5 inches, like still substantial, but at 8.25 inches, way too many watches just don't look at that. Son of a goat.
Yeah, it's they also didn't do any special tricks, no further writing, no copy, no description, no other shots, just a nice 360 turn. Yeah.
All right, my friend, it's getting close to 2 a.m. here, and I have like a 1-hour wind down ritual, so I'm melting in my chair. I've got to go get a haircut and shave tomorrow. It was good to see you again.
You're shaving the thing off?
No. I just trim it. Yeah, I'm going to trim it and get a haircut. I've got to chaperone a trip for my daughter, and she told me not to embarrass her any more than I normally do. So I'm going to clean up a little bit so I don't look like I actually eat children. It was good to see you again. Everybody, don't forget to subscribe, upvote, click the bell. This is good stuff here. You do get a lot of views after the fact, I see, but a lot more live viewers, I think, are well deserved. I love the watch
Honestly,
talk. So,
Ali, I always check the metrics. Unfortunately, I'm somewhat obsessed with the analytics, although I just don't have more time to manipulate them. But I know that more than half of my audience is in the UK. So if I didn't have a full-time job and held more live streams earlier in the day, I think that would be very helpful for the channel growth. But I still need to be on a more sure footing to make this full time, and that's at least a year away. So,
well, I hope that Grace watches after you and that comes for you.
I hope so.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you so much, Ali. Thanks for being here. JB says, thank you for coming on. Love your thoughts and perspectives, Ali Reza. And JB also says, I'd argue that UTM hasn't held its value like the Royal Oak. Absolutely not. But it's a very cool watch. And it will look just like the Millenary. UTM will be, a kind of watch that you want to get at the lowest possible price point. I think both ironically, I think the watch is probably the cheapest in yellow gold. in two-tone, I think it's slightly cheaper. A lot of times in steel, it's a little more expensive, but they have come all the way down on most iterations to about 10,000. I mean, the only comparable price point for that, and it is a comparable product, is the Royal Eagle, the Vacheron Constantin Royal Eagle, which you can find probably for 7.5, 8. Let me just double check now, since we Alireza 2533. Thank you for having me. Always enjoy your insights, humor, and conversation. Thank you, man. I think we share a lot, so I don't find myself particularly humorous, but I'm glad it resonates with you too. Thank you, Ali. But yeah, let's see on Chrono 24. So this is our reference number. I mean, look, this watch is not gonna go for much cheaper. It can, I think at 6.5, 7, maybe it would be a great deal. Chrono 24 always has a certain tax on it. Think of it like that. I would always automatically shave 10, 15% of any piece that I see on Chrono 24. So in this case, let me see. So yeah, if you can get this piece under 7.5, when all is said and done, I think that would be a good deal. If you like it, you like it. It's not gonna hold its value like a Royal Oak for sure. It certainly is never going to trend like a Royal Oak Jumbo or like a complicated Royal Oak, but the case design is cool. It's one of those things where the excessive branding somehow works, right? I feel like if they didn't have all this script here with this particular chronograph layout, there would be just too much negative space on the right half of the dial. I actually kind of like the fact that the pushers and the crown is very small and sits relatively flush to the case. One of the things that I always adored about this was the engraved Audemars Piguet script on the bezel. I think the steel one is extremely cool. My absolute favorite, of course, is the two-tone one that's in tantalum and rose gold. That's the best. That's the most original. I think this is it, right? Yeah, that's the most original. That's why I think it has that extra charm for me. But in steel too, it's a cool watch. Don't take me wrong. But yeah, I mean, since the last time we talked about these watches, JB, they have come down quite a bit. If you realized, I mean, even on Watchbox, I think they have a yellow gold example right now That's fairly in this particular price range. JB, did I do well? I said to wait, and the prices are better now. You can wait a little longer and take a small risk. I think the Millinery Star Wheel, for example, oh my God, what a watch that is. I would most definitely prefer something like that to, I think the serial number is 25898, I want to say. That was a piece that was made to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the brand. Let me see. 25898, I think. I think this is just a gorgeous watch, and I simply prefer this particular design to the new iteration of the Star Wheel within the Code 1159 line. I like the fact that these discs are actually transparent, which gives you a glimpse of the mechanism that gives Audemars Piguet's interpretation of the wandering hours complication on a wristwatch, in which they were a pioneer. I also like the dial design, which interpolates, those 3 stars in different parts of the rest of the dial. That's for the steel one, unfortunately. The pink gold one does not have those extra star details, but it is more limited. Yeah, the Quincy Jones one was really special as well for the Millinery. That's that one I don't remember. I don't remember the reference number, so we'll have to depend on the listings here, or I'll do a Google search. Yeah, 15161. Let's see, 15161. Yeah, those have gotten cheaper too. Wow. Of course, the cases in black ceramic, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of 500. Okay. I think the dial has ceramic elements. The piece is otherwise PVD coated stainless steel. Right. Yeah, I like it. Again, it's what they call in marketing lingo segmenting design. So it's not something that will ever be widely appreciated. It will never have mainstream appeal. It will never trade, of course, at the levels of more popular watches, even when they are not necessarily hyped up. But then again, that's a blessing for us collectors, actually, as much as it is a curse. It is a curse if you have bought something like this just because it is AP. When it first came out, I think it was somewhere in low 20s when it came out. It is a blessing if you have actually liked it and then forgot about it, or if you have liked it and decided to very consciously, pardon me, and thoughtfully wait until a later time when the market turns down, when the prices start dipping. Now you're getting basically a 50% discount on it. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually a good thing. That's one of the reasons why I like Bill Sanders's takes on the Watch Art Sci channel. I think at some point he had this uh, video about value depreciation and how it's really a blessing for a collector and not a curse. And I completely agree with him. Like for something like this, again, a lot of people despise the millenary. I actually love it. The Code 1159 star wheel, I think it's not that it's so easily obtainable. It lists for 57,900. The Millenary's limited edition, right? This is one of only 125, which will never be produced again, which will never come back in this shape. In either case, um, the way AP even produces complication has changed. So chances are that it's simply not coming back. But there you are. relatively speaking, that is a deal. If for whatever reason you are not one to go for that oblong case, there's the more classical interpretation of the star wheel from early 90s, in that double stepped bezel Jacqueline Dimier designed round case with a crescent facing upwards that is guilloche decorated in the barley corn pattern at the lower portion of the dial. And the time is shown up there around, fanning out from 12 o'clock. I think this is a timeless interpretation of the wandering hours on a wristwatch, which is eminently wearable. And these also come in various metals, in different kinds of guilloche work, also in that upward facing crescent. And they are even cheaper. Well, in certain cases, at least. This is a yellow gold version of the 25-720. They also have, more ornate pieces like this, which is kind of a floral design, which I'm guessing, again, I don't take my word on it. I would love to double check, but I feel this is probably a freehand engraving rather than guilloche, but I might be completely wrong, because I would need to see it up close rather than in this way. They have it in pink gold. That's significantly more expensive, and I think it has something to do with, again, with the more intricate work at that lower portion of the dial as well. But yeah, those are pretty cool. So let's see if did we have, I had one more, and depending on how we do with the rest of our time, I might just save the Jeju-le-Coutre part, that virtual tour of the manufacture, maybe to tomorrow's show, unless of course I find time to do something earlier. I think that could be great as well, because tomorrow, probably in the evening, we will be mostly partying. It's almost 3 hours on the clock, by the way. So if you hit the like button, if you haven't already, that would be great help. I really appreciate all of you. Again, just to remind you, this is basically the last gasp to enter the wristwatch giveaway for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. The lime green dial is up for grabs as February's prize, and I will announce the winner that will be drawn by the random number generator of Google on a live stream in the first week of March, but it can be as early as tomorrow. But I will send a post on the community, and that's where you can check the entrance so far. The last number that entered the drawing was number 54, which was a super chat by Thomas Burnett, who wanted to gift that number 54 to Junior Johnson, to JJ. So number 55 will be the last number. It will go to the last super chat, and we will get the drawing sorted out by the Google random number generator on the live stream soon enough. And let me know, by the way, if you have any ideas for the next giveaway. I have done one primarily through Instagram by having people comment and like and tag people on a post, which had mixed results. Honestly, I was glad that it brought some new people into the community, but it didn't get as much interaction as I was hoping. This worked much better, I think, because it is going to go to someone who is a committed supporter of the channel, who watched the live streams day in, day out, night in, night out. So I really appreciate that. So chances are with the third one, I will continue the same for March. But if you have any original ideas for the giveaway as to how I should go about it, feel free to drop your ideas in the chat. Otherwise, we'll talk more about it when I do the drawing in the next live show. So Yema, the French brand that is mostly famous for its dive watches, made some new additions to their GMT line. This is the GMT Superman 500. It basically offers something a little more visually interesting, captivating compared to the black and white version that came out, I think it was last year already. We were just talking about it when the professor was here in relation to Rolex's lineup and how the GMT Master has taken a certain kind of priority and precedence and even primacy over the Submariner, at least in terms of demand, if not necessarily in the number of units sold. But there is, as you have seen and as you have observed recently, an explosion in terms of the number of GMT watches. Of course, Seiko 5 Sports came out with its own entry into the color GMT category, right around $500. Zodiac has its own GMTs, which are in this particular price range. A new independent brand, Lorca, again in the same category, is shooting for the pre-orders that it will start collecting, I think, next week already for delivery in November 2023. And then, of course, we had kind of more elevated entries in and innovative entries to the category in something such as the Parmigiani Tonda PF GMT rattrapante, which basically redefined the complication which is usually used in chronographs for split seconds, for essentially having two centrally deployed chronograph hands. In this case, rattrapante refers to the ability of the local time hand of this additional pink gold tinted hour hand to catch up with the home time hand. So when you actually press that extra button, extra pusher on the crown, that secondary hour hand basically disappears under the primary hour hands. That was a cool interpretation of the complication. And here's that pusher at roughly 8 o'clock that helps you jump hours independently as well. But coming back to Yema, this is a piece that essentially has a 24-hour hand that is independently adjustable. This is the piece. That's the second hand. Whereas, unlike, for example, a true GMT like the Rolex GMT Master 2, it doesn't allow for the independent adjustment for the hour hand. So those quick adjustments at hand that you expect from a so-called true or flyer GMT function is not available. Usually it's not available at this particular price segment, which in this case on an integrated bracelet is 1,400 euros. On a matching steel bracelet, I should say, it's 1,400 euros. On the rubber band, it's actually more expensive, 1,429. And on a simple calfskin strap, it's 1,259, 1,259. There are a few things that distinguish Yema Superman 500 GMT. The most general option is that it offers two sizes: the almost universally wearable and attractive 39 millimeter and the slightly enlarged 41. In each case, the price point remains the same. And then it has the brand's proprietary bezel lock system, which in this particular application turns into an aesthetic detail for the most part, right? That's a system designed to hold in place a rotational bezel for timing dives or more vital operations that would be so time sensitive. For a 24-hour bezel, it doesn't really have a function. but it is part of the brand's aesthetics, so I completely understand why it wouldn't be removed. Remember, this is a watch that has a depth rating of 50 atmos, water resistant up to 500 meters, which again picks up that strong note of Yema's dive watch provenance. And finally, the bezel insert is actually luminous, so it glows in dark. In the upper half of the bezel, it's the hours, it's the numerals that glow in the dark, and in the lower half of the bezel, it is actually the white itself. So the numbers become visible in relief, which is quite cool, if you ask me. I think that's a nice detail, and I want to see if I can find a loom shot of that somewhere online, so I can share it with you. I think I will be able to. Let's see. It's raining quite heavily, by the way, here, so I am oh no, that's not what I was trying to do. Sorry about that. There we go. As you can see, it's an image from Fratello, just so we know. I didn't occlude that. This is the bezel insert that is filled with Luminova. With the same material that is on the dial and on the hands. And as you can see, it's in the upper half, it's the numbers that glow, and in the lower half, it is the white part itself. So going back again to the Yema Superman 500 GMT, we have that green and white for the 24-hour bezel. We have the maroon and white. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it. Honestly, that's one of the things that I never understood why Rolex doesn't bring back, at least for its GMT Master models, since it also didn't manage to stabilize and come up with decent colors when things get complicated. You know, black in combination with blue works, black in combination with green works, um, the green or blue or maroon on its own works just fine, as you can observe from special editions of the Submariner, of 50th anniversary Platinum Daytona. But for the GMT Master, you know, like that original reference of 6542, which of course had the bakelite bezel, in the spirit of the 50s, filled generously with radium, so it would actually glow in the dark, so that the 24-hour bezel would actually glow in the dark. So that would be an interesting return to form by Rolex if they could somehow replicate that. I'm sure they have a particular investment in perpetuating their belief in the ceramic. So I'm hoping they will find a way to combine both. But nevertheless, I feel as Rolex goes on to distinguish between different kinds of watches that they have in their lineup, perhaps they could also have something other than Cerachrome for their GMT Masters, and that can allow for both more reliable and consistent combinations of bicolor application, and perhaps also some measure of luminous glow in the dark for the 24-hour bezel. Nick Butter, thank you so much. I was just looking at the Superman Heritage GMT Bronze. It's not dive style, but it's gorgeous. You should check it out. I will check it out. Yeah, JB says they shouldn't give up on the ceramics before they do the Coke version. Hey, what if they did the Coke version in a sapphire bezel that actually glows in the dark? I think that would be a cool thing. I don't know. I'm not saying it would be an improvement on the superior aluminum bezels that actually patinate. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they can do something that's ceramic but filled in with luminous material. They should be able to. But I'm guessing it's hard. It's not easy. That's a lot of R&D. Let me see, what were we looking at? We were looking at the Yema Heritage bronze. Let's see. Toutes les montres. This is it, right? Yeah. You know that, I mean, as new, the watch looks amazing. Like the combination of a gradient green against the bronze dial, gradient green dial against the bronze case, I think that's pretty impressive. I really like it. Of course, some parts of it take away from everything else that I like about this particular design, the Superman 500 GMT specifically. Not that it's 500. I mean, 990 feet, as you know, that's still 300 meters. So for a run-of-the-mill dive watch, whether it's certified or not, that's a respectable rating, and that's more than, actually, that's a pretty superior rating for any sports activity watch, period. Probably what they did here was intentional, to preserve that sort of, color scheme of the watch, but it feels a little washed out other than the dial. I wish they used like maybe like a brown or like reddish brown, like maroon, as a single color bezel. Not necessarily something luminous, but something that would provide extra contrast. Maybe it didn't go with the green. Maybe they did try to design something like that, and it somehow didn't go aesthetically according to their vision. But I would love something like that. And the reason I went almost instantaneously to maroon is, of course, I'm thinking of my own root beer GMT, which actually happens to have a single color bezel, even though it's two-tone. We were just looking at the, let's see. We were just looking at the glow-in-the-dark bakelite bezels, and there are early versions of the root beer like that as well. Let me show you, and you will understand what I mean in terms of the dial. This is a Quill and Pad article on the gold version of the 6542. Do you see how nicely it sits with the gold case, that single color maroon bezel insert? Of course, maybe it would have been too much for them to have yet another color, which is that gradient green on the dial. But if they did something like that, something like this, I mean, on a similar design, it would be for me, it would be an absolute winner. If they had rather kind of like a gradient brown dial with a maroon bezel that glows in the dark with something like this. In either case, I really like their cases. I really like the proportions of their 39 millimeter cases, especially. I think Yema is a cool brand. I'm not with it when it comes to the handset. I feel like, I would have preferred something more uniform, between especially on the GMT, Nick, if you get what I mean, like you have this sharp pointed baton for hours, and then you have old school skin diver style minute sand, and then you have a different tip for the second sand, and you have now the fourth 24-hour GMT hand. It just, it gets to be a little too much for my personal taste. Otherwise, their classic divers watches I like. Again, it's not something that I have gone for so far, but the Superman 500 is a great piece. And even the mean graph version that they have as well. Yeah, I like a lot of different stuff they have. I know my friend this has a great appreciation for Yema as a brand too, but then he just loves dive watches, so I'm not sure if he can be trusted. Joking aside, I love I love dive watches too, and I think Yema has a very distinct product that has a lot of appeal in that price range. I'm more of a minimalist, so I do prefer Unimatic at this segment or down when it comes to you know independent / micro brands at this entry point of the market. But Yema certainly has something to offer. I will forever kick myself, I have to say, for missing the bronze divers that they released in collaboration with Masina Lab recently. I'm talking about these Masina Lab Unimatic. Yeah, I was mad. I was mad when I missed these, and there were two editions, both of which offered something cool. This one was especially nice with that argyle pattern on the dial, or the diamond pattern, you might say. This one was sold out almost instantaneously, and then the next piece lasted a little longer with the plain dial, but that also sold out quite quickly as well. And I understand, when it comes to the standpoint of functionality, forget about a bezel lock. This doesn't even have a rotational bezel that could serve as a timer, much less a dive timer, right? So I understand that from the standpoint of utility, if you are wedded to that rotational bezel, which by all means you should if you're looking for a dive watch, Yama is a superior option. But I really wanted to catch this, but it was already too late before I realized that it was offered. And the diamond pattern dial one, I think, sold again within a matter of hours, if not minutes. but I'm sure they will pop up at some outlets for 2-3 times the price point, which will just make me resent my ability to move quickly. But yeah, I really I appreciate the Unimatics quite a lot. The bronze versions that they did with Masena Lab were great. But more recently, Unimatic had a collaboration with exquisite timepieces out of Naples, Florida. That was also a fantastic piece, but I think that's on their website, perhaps. Yeah, that sold out already as well, but it was available for a while. Very cool blacked out piece. With orange accents served up on 2 different kinds of NATO straps, actually. But they do have a version of it, if you're into that blacked out aesthetic, that they still have in stock. Out of 400 examples. For better or worse, it has that additional date display at 6 o'clock through a pretty discreet opening. It has the same rotational bezel that's fully graduated to 60 minutes, except, of course, it doesn't have the orange accents that the exquisite timepieces collaboration had. It has the slimmer version of the case with the Swiss-made Celita SW200-1 automatic movement. DLC coated stainless steel with the matte black dial to match, as well as a 2-piece rubber strap. And an additional NATO strap as well. Pretty cool. And that's a piece that retails for 965 euro without the tax. So and I've never explored this part of the page. They have a made to order. Ah, okay. Oh, wow. This is an interesting approach. Again, not my jam at all, but I remember really enjoying, just simply looking at and exploring every detail of a Panerai limited edition that had these kinds of engravings on the case. Let me see if I can find that short on my channel. I think I had posted it. Yeah, that was a cool one. again, it's it's not how you imagine Panerai as the ultimate tool watch. It's certainly how not necessarily how you imagine this sort of case engraving and ennobling going on a certain kind of watch. But I appreciate it. I didn't realize that they had an entire division at well entire option at Unimatic who can do that, because apparently it's that one artist out of Brescia, Stefano Muffolini, who does it. Let's take a look. God damn, they know how to stage these things, man. It's leave it to the Italians to make art out of just about anything. You know, beyond what he does or what he will do now on the case, I think the way they set the stage for the video itself is quite artful. I mean, that's I don't know if St. Peter is still awake, but this is the kind of thing that I would want to share with him. I should just send him an Instagram message so he will at least catch up when he gets up. Mm. So I wanted to, we can at least introduce this segment. I don't have much time left, maybe about 20 more minutes here. If you have any pressing questions, any particular requests for this last segment of the show, feel free to send it in with a super chat. If you want me to throw a particular focus or go back to anything that I explored in the earlier segments of the show, feel free. I do want to talk a little bit about what JJ Lecoutre put on their webpage, and they're planning to expand on what amounts to basically a virtual tour of their factory, of their manufacture. The reason I so pretentiously say that word in French at that is because it includes in it, unlike the word factory or atelier or workshop, an actual idea of working by hand, which they display quite extensively in this in the making series. And I think the Unimatic master engravers work and the way they displayed that so artfully in the video serves as a good segue to that. But if you want me to divert to any other topic, because I simply don't have enough time to cover this particular one, feel free to send in a super chat. Otherwise, feel free to hit the like button. That's for free, and that's a lot of support already. And it does matter in giving me a little bit more of an exposure. But yeah, the very last super chat, of course, will be entered into the raffle as number 55. For now, that's Nick Butter, but there's about 20 more minutes to go. Now, of course, JJ Lecoutre recently came into spotlight with their new project, which relies on an ongoing curation of some of the legendary designs and models from their own archives, the collectibles. In a way, this is similar to what their sister brand under Richemont, Vacheron Constantin, has in their program, Les Collectionneurs, where they restore their own pieces and present them in this special way with factory warranty. But I have previously made the argument that, in fact, what JJ Lecoutre is doing there amounts to something much more than simply a certified pre-owned program that so many other brands have, and so many others, along with Rolex and Audemars Piguet, started introducing. So I want to share a link to that video to begin with. In the chat. Essentially, what they did with this program is to expand the horizon that JJ Lecoutre offers to the end customer, because they're known for two things, basically. One, the reverso, which is, of course, both mythically speaking, both in terms of its history and in terms of that special party trick that it has, which two faces, like a Janus-faced watch that turns around on that swiveling case. JLC is also known as the watchmaker's watchmaker, but that is a kind of legacy that is at once a blessing and a curse, because ultimately that doesn't necessarily drive a customer, a collector, a client into JLC. The whole phrase, the watchmaker's watchmaker, perhaps allows for those who already like the brand another perspective to appreciate it, but ultimately, as a piece of historical information, it simply states that JLC made so many important movements and sometimes supplied entire watches to prestige makers who have sold them as part of their own designs as their own watches, right? This is the story with the famous Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, which to this day remains the thinnest automatic caliber with a full rotor, as opposed to, say, a micro rotor. And that was the caliber which was used in the first generation of the Patek Philippe Nautilus, Vacheron Constantin 222, and the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. And in fact, in the case of the Royal Oak, that base, that ébauche of JLC 920 was still the beating heart of that watch up until 2022, up until last year, when the model celebrated its 50th anniversary. And in the case of, for example, this triple calendar watch that you are seeing here, which is a very important piece of the brand's former creations, is something that they supplied as a whole to Cartier, which sold these pieces under its own brand, pure and simple. The dial merely said Cartier, even though what they offered was exactly the same watch, usually in precious metal. So essentially, what the collectibles program did and is trying to do for Jaeger-LeCoultre, since it's coming with its own companion volume that has a pretty detailed look, apparently, on the 17 models that they are rescuing from the dustbin of history. This is ultimately turning into an exercise in multi-layered storytelling that will turn more people onto the brand, and that will help them look beyond the reverso as they are trying to either buy their first piece from Jaeger-LeCoultre, or as they are trying to expand upon their collection. And it is a kind of curation that still, of course, honors the reverso, especially in those early versions, which had, for its time, very unique and quite extravagant lacquered dials, such as this one. It is something that gives the collector a much broader and substantive perspective on the full capabilities and catalog of the brand, which after all spans 190 years in watchmaking. So essentially, I see what they are doing with this new series in the making as an extension of this more wide-ranging presentation of the brand to the watch collectors of today. And as you see in that short video, partly they're also delving into how they restored that triple calendar. They have a playlist on the 4 essential steps to manufacture a watch: design, production, finishing, and ornamentation. They have, I think, additional pieces as to how they detail those steps. I want to take a look at the restoration with you guys, which is a 4-minute video actually, and which will take us into
their original appearance and
actually their restoration of that triple calendar, which was famously worn by none other than Pablo Picasso, by the way. So let's take a look, and I will actually turn on the sounds as well.
each piece coming back to the restoration workshop is part of the physical memory of our heritage. We must preserve their DNA, restore their original appearance and functionality without altering anything.
Wow, I sometimes think I sound robotic, but that's interesting. She sounds like I don't know if there are any Star Wars fans among us. Certainly, I'm probably one of the only people who actually like the prequel trilogy, but her voice reminds me of how Obi-Wan was greeted on Camino when he discovered that there was an entire order placed for a clone army that was in the process of being made on that planet.
We are only 9 in the workshop, each with different backgrounds, but the best school for restoration is the passion for vintage watches. We must have a lot of curiosity, patience, do a lot of research to understand how the movements were imagined in the past. We are like doctors. We examine the timepiece, establishing a diagnosis of the care to be provided. For this triple calendar from 1942, I will focus on both its mechanism as well as its appearance.
This you see how they worked on it. I mean, they didn't get that watch dirty again, certainly. So they essentially filmed the process of restoration in a pretty artfully staged way. That's something I would commend.
An historical aesthetic. I check if it is paired, meaning if the serial number of the movement corresponds to the case. This is mandatory to establish the archive extract. To do this, we gently disassemble the case with respect. Often, I like to imagine all that this watch has been through. It's fascinating to know that it's coming back to where it was born after so many years. I start by taking the parts of the movement one by one and cleaning them. If they're too damaged, like this escape wheel, I'll take back old components that we have carefully preserved in our archives.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, again, it's one thing to have the abstract idea, that this is a 190-year-old manufacturer, that they are one of the most representative institutions of Swiss watchmaking, as it's centered in Vallée du Joux. But to see the breadth of their collection, the wealth of knowledge they possess, and the grasp on different aspects of mastery that they can employ out of that one center in Le Sentier. I think it's very, very impressive.
And if we don't have any in stock, I'll make them myself. Since 1833, we've kept the original drawings and tools in order to reproduce the smallest component identically. The decoration's also entirely done by hand. On the bridges, I redo the Côte de Genève. This consists of slightly removing the material in order to reduce the surface scratches and restore the original shine. The same goes for the screws.
Oh man, I hope I'm not the only one who enjoys this so much.
I take them back one by one and polish them before moving on to the final step. The fine adjustment of the movements on several positions, and we repeat the operation once the piece is finished. I can now take the dial. Particular care is given to the indexes in order to revive their original shine. We control every gesture.
Honestly, I did not realize that they have paid so much attention to detail in restoring some of those watches. I mean, I was mostly thinking, and that may still be the case in some of the examples that they present in their curation and that they will include in future sales. But I was mostly thinking that they simply sourced the best examples possible and then, restored them in the minimal fashion possible. It seems, at least in the example of this triple calendar, they have gone to the fullest extent possible. And, not only assembled and basically refinished the movement, but also overhauled and reinvigorated the dial as well.
Slightest excess pressure would cause irreversible damage. The hands also remain original. They reflect the beauty of its face that has stood the test of time. We give them a light shine. Or, as on this other model of the 19th century, we sometimes blue them again. I remove the oxidation. The hands return to their original color as steel gray. Then I heat them over a flame. In contact with heat, the steel changes color and becomes blue again. There is not really a fixed duration. It is experience that tells us how many seconds to hold, what temperature to reach in order to obtain a sapphire blue.
Oh man, the gods of horology, the gods of horology have really shone their light on me with this whole series. I cannot imagine how much can be done with this stuff, because we make a lot about heat blued hands. Of course, there are many manufacturers today, like De Bethune, for example, that employ these sorts of tempering techniques down to every single aspect of their watches, from the blue titanium cases to again heat blued escape wheels, so on and so forth. But something that has been used for quite some time in traditional watchmaking is this sort of method of heat bluing the hands, which, of course, from an aesthetic standpoint, is very pleasing and allows for a very slight and nuanced contrast against a traditionally silvered, or in this case, an enamel dial. But it's very rare that you actually take a peek into the process that actually goes into achieving that
I
look.
remove the oxidation. The hands
Just to add, it's, of course, today's method is mostly for aesthetics, whereas in olden times, the idea was to, in fact, make them, through this tempering technique, more resistant to oxidization and especially corrosion. So she removes the oxidization actually caused by the bluing process, returns the hands to its original grayish steel complexion, only to reheat it and achieve that blued shade again.
turn to their original color as steel gray. Then I heat them over a flame. In contact with heat, the steel changes color and becomes blue again. There is not really a fixed duration. It is experience that tells us how many seconds to hold, what temperature to reach in order to obtain a sapphire blue. The plexiglass gets a makeover. I start by removing the visible scratches. I can polish the entire plexiglass to make it completely transparent again. I revive the crown by hand. It will shine again and wind the time for the next 100 years at least. I can now assemble the watch again and check the adjustments.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, the fact that they got something out of that polishing and buffing of the crystal and the renewal of the crown is quite funny, but also just, again, something chapeau.
It is a point of pride because we preserve not only the authenticity of a timepiece, but also its history. And each client wants to preserve their own and perpetuate it forever.
I hope that's the box that they sent it off in. That wooden box looked pretty nice. Yes, so thank you again, everyone. I think I'll talk quite a bit about JLC's in the making series over the next days and possibly weeks, because it's going to be an extended series of videos that essentially give a very detailed and guided virtual tour into their manufacture. As I do that, I hope you will come along with me and you will come along in the journey. The raffle, the giveaway for the entries for the giveaway for February have officially ended now, since we have gone past midnight as well. So Nick Butter, with his last super chat, enters as number 55. I will do the drawing in the first week of March, hopefully as early as tomorrow, on a live stream, on the late show live stream. So I will hope to see all of you there, and hopefully even more people will be here with us to celebrate. I want to make sure that I add snake butter number 55. So if you want to see, if you want to take a last peek at the entrance and their numbers for the drawing, take a look at that link. Thank you so much for all your contributions to the channel. Hopefully tomorrow in the late show we will have the drawing, but in either case I will do a community post with a link to the live stream where the number will be drawn live by the Google random number generator. This is the second watch I'm giving away from that Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. The orange watch, the orange dial watch, went to our community member Niche. The lime green is going away next week. And the next one, I think, is going to be the blue. Probably, but we will talk about this tomorrow, and we will talk about and decide on how I will give away the watch on the live stream where we will do the drawing. So feel free to brainstorm in the meantime. Tell me if you have any original ideas, anything that is a little more adventurous perhaps. Let me know. But in either case, I thank you. Thank you, Bezos, for participating. Thank you for being such an important member of the community, such an important and consistent participant in the chat. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll try to squeeze in an early show, but I doubt it. You know, usually I end up having much more work than I imagine I would, so I can't take a block of time in the middle of the day off. It is what it is. It will have to be that way until I do this full time, which with your help can happen any day now. And look out for my announcements on Patreon, because we will have new services and new features unlocked. The lucky 6 who have already signed up will take advantage of most of those features at that same price until the end of the year. But I will also be offering a very special consulting service at a reduced rate than what I usually charge there under Patreon as well, which I will announce and talk about in the next episode. Until then, I wish you the best. Stay safe, take care, and enjoy your watches. I'll be back with you tomorrow at the same time to talk about watches and style.